Hello there. Hi, it's me, Scott. Got some new coffee. I love my beautiful yellow mug. This coffee's better than the other coffee. Maybe it's worse. But it's so cold in my apartment that it gets cold fast. I need one of those fancy ones with a lid, I think. Hi. So I've been working on Velodic a little bit the last few days. Mainly just like extremely tedious, boring storefront stuff that sucks and it's just like so uninteresting and so something. It's like a whole job just to like whatever, do all the key art and this and that and the other, and it's a bummer. It's tedious. Don't enjoy it. Definitely don't enjoy it. Like, you do all the work to make the thing and then you have to do all this other work per storefront. It's like a very discouraging. Anywho, and maybe you won't make any money. Who knows? Probably won't. Anyway, we gotta get back to the scoreboard a little bit. Sean wants a feature that I was thinking about, and it's a little tricky, gotta say. It's one of those things that superficially is like really trivial, but in reality has some layers. Let's pick some new wallpaper. I did finally add a button for paste up. It's not very good. It's not very fast. Really slow. Takes a long time. But again, I think I am hitting some unsplash endpoints I'm not really supposed to. Is this coffee better? Is it worse? I don't know how to tell. What's a cool castle? A little tired, a little bit out of it. That's cool. Doesn't look like landscape, which I'm pretty sure is what we searched for, nor does that. That does. It's not really what I'm looking for, but good try. Cool. It's pretty. Not really my thing, though. We'll know it when we see it. So it doesn't look very natural. I don't remember what our keywords are. One day we'll revisit paste up. I'm like 7,000 projects deep at this point, so who even knows? This is not a landscape, not nature. I don't know about the Unsplash API. Oh, that's like in the ballpark of what I like. This is also in the ballpark of what I like. It's definitely the right quality of photo. Just don't want animals until too warm. That's not bad. Let's go with this. It's a pretty picture. So, okay. We do have Velodic over here. The big thing with Velodic, and we'll probably do a separate stream for this, maybe tomorrow, I don't know, maybe later, who knows, was like the scaling, because it's a freaking nightmare with all the safe areas on phones with notches and holes and whatever. And so I did, I think, solve that, where I can like kind of dynamically adjust for safe areas. It's definitely not the most elegant solution, because you end up with stupid portions of the screen that are just totally unutilized, but like this application is fundamentally rectilinear, and I'm not opposed to like notches and curves and things like that, but you know, the design conceit of this was completely rectilinear. There's also really strange inconsistencies between different phones and different manufacturers that I find pretty irritating. Like, as an example, if we look at this Pixel 5, it blocks out this whole area at the top as unsafe because of the hole here. I get it. I think there's a separate API that maybe gives you regions, but I'm not even going to talk about that. However, it doesn't care about anything going on over here or down here, which is a little weird on Android, because on Android you always have to be swipey. So there is user interaction required in those regions. However, on an iPhone 11, which is like roughly equivalent, I think, to a Pixel 5, maybe an iPhone 12, it fully marks the notch area as unsafe, fully marks the curved area at the bottom as unsafe, and blocks out a substantial portion of the blocks out a substantial portion at the bottom of the landscape, I should say, versus the I guess in landscape mode, this is the right. So that you end up with a really goofy inset. Not fully sure what to do about that. One notion is that this would be annoying to figure out, but I think I could figure it out. Would essentially be that, hey, the grid is just always, the grid doesn't care. The grid goes everywhere. And this menu just tries to exist in as almost like a floating element in the safe area. Anchored to the right. I don't necessarily like that because you break your grid, but I definitely don't like this. So I don't know, a little hung up on that, but that's not what we're working on today. So the thing we do want to work on today is the following. Thing. I don't really know what's going on anymore. Okay, so here's what we need to do. We want to show the time on this thing. It doesn't have a clock. So either I need a real-time clock module or I have to get it from the internet. I could use NTP, the network time protocol, or I could use a custom web service. The NTP is like, that's what it's for. You know, NTP's job is to give you this information. Downside being, if we want additional information down the line, or even for this, like say the temperature, then we'd need a separate backend anyway. And so my temptation is just to say like, we'll just have a backend somewhere. There's just some backend that exists. Maybe it's just a really simple worker. That seems like overblown. You could do pages, functions. I mean, I think we could do an incredibly lightweight worker, especially if it's just for the time. So something to consider. Then we need like variable substitution. So that something like whatever, you know, like something that time gets substituted. I'm going to tell Sean right now I'm only adding this clock if it's in 24-hour time. You gotta have boundaries. Anyway, so there'll be variable substitution. So in other words, we have to be able to say like, hey, I have a string that I've asked for. It's gonna have some substitutions that I would like you to make. I think that's pretty tricky. The thing that's tricky about this is like the length of the string, you know, like understanding what that really means. But So we need that. We need the ability to periodic refresh. So that's the basics of this thing. Kind of a separate feature is so that you could have like, I'm going to show a message for a little while, then it's going to switch and show the time, it's going to switch, show, etc., etc., etc. But I think our first sort of business is we just want like a web service, I think. Sorry, I got distracted by Discord. So, I think that's the way to do this, right? Just a little scoreboard worker. Scoreboard. I really just want this. Wait, why am I not doing this? And my other project starts with. Anyway, create service. Okay, so this should exist now. Hello world. So, what's the right way to do this? Like, can we actually get this in some way? I mean... You logged in? No, I broke it. Let's try this again. I don't want you to open from the default. Not good. Why did you break? I don't want you to be in the default browser. Is that the secret? How's it going, Binary? Always sunny and 72 degrees in Portland. Doesn't Steve Martin do that in isn't there a movie where Steve Martin basically does that because he's a weatherman in LA and the weather's the same every day, and then he like it's a disaster because one day there actually is a storm? Isn't that true? Maybe you're alluding to that and I'm just missing the joke. LA story, right? I don't remember that Steve Martin wrote it. I only remember two things about this movie. One is I think it's got Sarah Jessica Parker. Is that right? Mary Lou Henner. I thought I had. Oh yeah, it does. It's weird that she's not listed as a starring role. If I remember correctly, there's the weatherman part where he like. Yeah, okay. Three things actually I remember. One is the weatherman thing where he just like pre-records the weather reports, I think. Two is like the freeway signs start talking to him, which I actually like, and I think is the most interesting part of the movie. And three is I think he touches Sarah Jessica Parker's boobs and is like, what is wrong with your boobs? And it turns out that they're real, and he had only touched fake boobs because he lives in LA. I don't even know that I would consider this a cultural touchstone. Oh, actually, I think it has a couple gags that I think are really well known. One of them is the idea of like people lined up at an ATM machine and then muggers are lined up the other way. And so like one person will walk up and get their money, one mugger will walk up and take it. Person, mugger, person, mugger. Do you remember that gag? So it has some okay gags in it. I do like Mary Lou Henner. What are you up to, Mary Lou Henner? Probably getting up there, 70. Mary Lou Henner of Taxi fame. I don't really know she was on Evening Shade. I don't remember that. Kind of forgot Evening Shade existed. Burt Reynolds was an ex-Pittsburgh Steeler player. How did I not remember this? Guess I was probably not really in the age demographic. Got quite a cast. Okay. Anyhow. I don't know what I was talking about. Okay, right. So what is the way to do this? I really don't remember. Like if you're starting, does this actually work? Okay, nope. I can't remember the the quick start, the quickest of quick starts. Well, that was not the thing to do. Uh-oh. Even like a headphone. I've managed. Is that true? It changes everything? Like, what are you talking about? Are you like enticing me into high-end headphones? I'm not an open back headphone person. It just never happened. I wear headphones to escape the world. I don't want to keep hearing the world. Are all their headphones open back? I gave back my, I had modded another model of these. They were actually didn't belong to me. But they were broken, and I offered to fix them for someone and did the mod with the replaceable cable, and I really liked that and got used to it so much that I used them for months before finally giving them back. And now I'm back to my old ones, and I kind of want to do the mod. I don't know. Maybe I should get open back. I just don't like, truly, when I wear headphones, it's because I do not want to engage with my environment. Okay, I truly just want the simplest version of this. Is the JavaScript starter truly the simplest? Like, the drivers, yeah, I mean, maybe that's the secret. I'll just get some bare speakers and just duct tape them to my head. Why would GitHub not be loading? Is this that fun thing where just for some reason periodically browsers decide not to load? Okay, what actually is this? It is very minimal. Although I am tempted to just go ahead and go with the TypeScript version. Probably more complicated than I really want it to be. Because if we're gonna do it, we might as well TypeScript it, right? Should probably make this its own repository, but I don't want to. Sure. Awesome. Great. That's amazing. If I like directly cut and pasted they're getting started and it fails in some cool way. Failed to find undefined. How irritating. Why is everything broken always? Why is everything always broken? Like, is that true? I like that. Dedicated apron. This is so stupid. Like, it really blows my mind how nothing ever works. Like, you would think like one thing would, you know what? CNCJS has worked. CNCJS just like basically immediately worked for me, which you would think would be like a baseline expectation is like, hey, the software works, but nothing does. Okay, what is your problem? Why are there lyrics on the channel where I specifically said instrumental only? Because nothing works, of course. Because nothing ever works. Okay, so this template's no longer maintained, even though the instructions for the quick starts still point there. So that's awesome. Okay, just to be clear here. Okay, is this just all I'm supposed to run is just... Why is everything broken? Always. Okay, what is Sean's response to this? Okay, do I want to package JSON? No, because I want to... Okay, maybe this will be easier if I answer the questions here. Just don't follow the instructions in the documentation, apparently. Sure, I would. Yes. Batch handler. No. Tests, thanks. You didn't ask me a name for my project. Which seems weird. Why is the Wrangler Tommel there? Get out of here. The name. Scoreboard. Package JSON. Scoreboard. Is it going to be smart enough to find that just based on name? I think it is. I'm surprised it uses npm and not yarn. I mean, you know, I think about it a lot, how just Microsoft invented an industry that shouldn't exist, really. Like, and that's their customer. That is their business. That is their real business, or it was for many years. I think that's shifting now somewhat to some degree. But like the notion that it's like we make products that are so bad that it takes entire new organizational units in your organization to support our bad products. Like we do such a bad job at our job, your company has to have an entire new, like, substantial portion of its org chart dedicated to the support of our bad products. It's kind of mind-blowing. But it becomes this self-fulfilling thing, right? Where like that's who their customers were. That's who they really targeted and focused on, especially through like 90s and early 2000s. Like Microsoft's real customers were IT departments, not end users. I don't know who the customers are now. Advertisers? Draclin, how's it going, buddy? We're making a web service for some reason. That is wrong. I didn't mean to do that. I did the wrong thing. I guess I didn't save those files. Oopsie. So I need to go delete that other thing. That's okay. Cloud, yeah, right, it's true. It's all cloud now. So I've been working on, what have I been doing? This sign, this, how do I even show this? Is that where it is? We're doing a big LED project with like 3,000 LEDs. So I haven't touched it in a couple weeks, but like, and I don't even know that I showed on stream the full 3,000 LED version that's on my living room floor. But I've been doing this thing to like show, let's just watch videos on YouTube, put there by me. Surely somewhere in here. Anyway, it's an ESP32 project that drives this giant LED array and a little web service that you can connect to it and change the content and so on and so forth. It's pretty fun. It's pretty neat. I think I on Discord added a picture of the whole thing, at least as it exists currently on my floor. And so I'm just adding some features to that. Oh my gosh, what just happened? Oh, awesome. Cool. Wait, what is... Wait, am I under arrest? That's fine. That's fine. Okay, what are we doing? Workers, and we just accidentally made one called web service because I'm silly and I didn't save the settings file. So let's... Presumably we can delete this somehow. Love how every company kind of puts the delete in a different place. And some places just don't have it. I was just... Like Google Play will not let you delete certain things. App Store will not let you delete certain things. Apple App Store. What? What? Okay. So presumably I have, great, this is great. So what do we want to do with this? Anyway, I'm just trying to add like time and temperature basically. Actually, that's a good question. How come that was allowed to play a loud beep? First of all, how did I get there? What did I type in? Like, did I type Cloudflare or something? What did I type? Impossible to know. Is it gonna beep at me again? No. They did make a fun beep this time. I mean, it must have been some. It's just funny that I can't see in the history what my typo was. Well, I mean, let's just contact Windows support, I guess. This looks completely legitimate.
Important security message. Your computer has been locked up. Your IP address was used without your knowledge or consent to visit websites that contains identity theft virus.
Oh no!
To unlock the computer, please call support immediately.
Oh no!
Please do not attempt to shut down or restart your computer.
Oh no!
Doing that may lead to data loss and identity theft. The computer lock is aimed to stop illegal activity. Please call our support immediately. Important security message.
I love this.
Your computer has been locked up. Your IP address was used without your knowledge or consent to visit websites that contains identity theft virus. To unlock the computer, please call support immediately. Please do not attempt to shut down or restart your computer. Doing that may lead to data loss and identity theft.
I'm gonna deny.
The computer lock is aimed to stop illegal activity.
Deny.
Please call our support immediately.
Okay, I'm gonna allow it.
Important security message.
Okay, allowed.
Your computer has been locked up.
I love this
Your
website.
IP address was used without your knowledge or consent to visit websites that contains identity theft virus. To unlock the computer, please call support immediately.
Did it go full screen also?
Please do not attempt to shut down or restart.
Did it go full screen? Or did I do that? I want the beep to come back.
Important security message.
Oh, when you click, if you click
your
anything,
computer
it goes
has been
full
locked
screen.
up.
It's pretty good.
Your IP address was used without your knowledge or consent to visit websites that contains identity theft virus. To unlock the computer, please call support immediately. Please do not attempt.
Well, that was exciting. I feel all amped up now. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need like headers. Probably, right? Because we need like so we can say a content type. I never remember how to do this. You'd think I would remember this. Return JSON. This is what I want. Well, I'm just going to take this whole thing. But I'm not in module mode, am I? I am. Okay, good. I prefer it. Great. Thanks, Cloudflare. Thanks, little cookbook. Oh, but I shouldn't do that because you are supposed to have your own env. Okay. Don't do this, just keep this. I'm just gonna go straight to production. Don't even run it locally. Jacqueline, what have you been doing lately? You been working on anything cool? Did you get your 3D printer up and running? Are you gonna make a drawing machine? Hello, world. Okay. So we need, like, the time. Too much time. Too much real life. Is that bad or good? I'm in a mini retirement at the moment, meaning I don't have any jobs. Some people would be stressed out about that. Sorry, I'm being bothered about work that I don't have. How's work? Do you have the same job? Are you a DevOps engineer? What time format do I want? Like, how can I know the person's local time? Like in a given time zone? I hate the date object. It's hard. I mean, it's pretty annoying. Not that it's hard. It's just, it feels not very well thought out. And for a long time, people used Moment.js. I think it's a little better now. But it's always surprised me how in just like base JavaScript, how annoying it is to deal with. So can I just get like a UTC date and then say I want it in time zone? That would be fine. Well, I only want it for PDT. Like, I don't really want, I don't want the local time of the server. I want the local time of the person querying, but I don't really care about them doing the query, you know? So in other words, I just always want the time in whatever time zone. I hate one-letter variables. Like, what does this return? How do you run this locally? Is that right? No. Do they not have a local? I didn't know about the time zone parameter, so if that works, then I think we're fine. What's the matter with you? What? Oops. I'm just bad at programming. Yes. Is that the time in New York? It would appear to be. So what is it going to be? Like America, Los Angeles? Is that usually what it is? Is that the standard? Yeah, appears to be. Okay. Thing is, I hate 12-hour time. I hate it. And I also hate DuckDuckGo. And my New Year's resolution, how about this? New Year's resolution, I really tried. I used DuckDuckGo for like 2 years, and all I ever do is just end up searching, not getting what I want, and then just doing G+ to search on Google. I think it's not working out between us DuckDuckGo. I'm sorry. I really wanted it to work. How do you say what search engine you want? Just search with ChatGPT. I feel like fairly frequently when I try to hit ChatGPT, it is not available. Should I just use Bing? Should I Bing it? I do hate Google. No, I mean, maybe it is a bit. Like always, yeah, my habit is to search DuckDuckGo, find the results lacking, and then search with a G+, because that will automatically search through Google. Oh, there's a paid plan now. Oh, speaking of paid plans, freaking, I think Tweetopia just has to die. I think Tweetopia, there's no way I'm paying for Twitter API access. And the only reason I kept my Twitter account is, well, day to day, it's kind of a long story. I had Edge set up on this machine to be kind of like my stream web browser where everything resets every time, whatever, just because, as you know, I love to show like sensitive client work or emails or contracts or whatever. It's my favorite hobby is to like dox myself on stream. So I specifically tried to set this browser up with no memory of the world. So on other machines and in other contexts, I do just use Google. And in this display over here, I'm usually using Chrome. It's just Edge is set with that, and it's set to my default browser just because I want like a total amnesia a browser with total amnesia every time it restarts. I got to be more careful about that. I don't know what to do about it. I have a great idea, which is just I should never do client work anymore because I don't like to do it anyway. So the goal is don't. Interesting. So there's an options here. To locale string, hour cycle H23. Anyway, that's part of the motivation for revisiting Melodic and revisiting all these other apps is to try to like get some income. I really don't want it with seconds. So the issue is I try to. I really do. There's plenty of streams where I don't, even if I don't necessarily say it because I don't even want to let anyone know, is that I mean this is work for hire. It's for a friend, but it is work for hire. But there's lots of streams I've done where it's me trying in isolation to solve a project for a job, but I have to like I have to be really careful about that and be careful that it truly is like a total in isolation, find a way to solve the problem, and then I can like take that to the client work. I would like to be able to do that more. I just don't really want to. I mean, if I could just make some money, who knows? We'll go through all these apps and we'll put them for sale and maybe they'll make a little money. It's probably too little too late. Like, I can't believe I haven't updated Melodic in as long as I have. Okay, so the issue with including seconds is that means we have to do the variable substitution at least once a second, which I guess is not that big of a deal. But hey, Terrier, what's up? Just to talk about what that means is we will have some string representation of what's on the sign that has like some whatever mustache template kind of thing where there's like a substitution in a stream that's like the word for time, basically, right? And we would periodically need to refresh that with time, for example. The issue that I worry about a little bit, and maybe I'm overthinking this, is that the transmutation, like, I don't know what term to use, the like transformation of the text string into the like bit representation that we use for the sign is not necessarily trivial. It's not necessarily super hard. And so maybe I'm overthinking of it, but it's not necessarily trivial. So my instinct is like, that's not a thing you want to do every second. But, I mean, what's the clock speed on this? That's a lot of times per second. So, I mean, from the perspective of the microcontroller, we're not doing it very often. So I guess I would want to avoid a hitch, right? because there's so much like work that this machine is doing to draw these LEDs and run the web thing, I don't have an intuitive sense, because I haven't worked with these processors very much, to know like, is that crazy? Is that too much to ask of this little fellow? I guess we'll try. We can try. Yeah, binary. I think a lot of people find ways to do that. I think it's funny to like go read about all the home lab people, and how I would say a huge percentage of like the home lab hobby is people sort of like career building as a hobby, you know, like doing intense DevOps at home for kicks, just so they know what to do in the real world. I do that to some degree. I mean, not necessarily with DevOps, but like a lot of my projects in the last couple of months have been skill building projects for sure. Professional skill building, you know, like so much of the drawing machine was really about getting a better understanding of basic mechatronics and getting deeper into CAD and all of that. So I'm not opposed to it. I'm personally not drawn. I mean, this comes as a person who spent a good chunk of the weekend like doing container nonsense, like home network stuff. I stopped short of like intense virtualization or container management stuff. I think here's what I've decided. And binary, I'm curious what you think about this. At this moment, my thought is that I don't think I care about virtualization very much. I think containers work well for me, and I think containers are useful for me, but generally at this moment, virtualization is not. Yeah, it's just, and I don't really have a use for it. The one place that I could really see for me personally and the things that I do where virtualization would be meaningful is if I wanted to have a like build server that could truly build anywhere. And I think, which is, it's like more complicated than it sounds actually, especially when you bring like Apple Silicon into the equation. I think the one place you can truly build anywhere is on an Apple Silicon Mac, because it can build obviously for itself and for Intel Macs. It's harder to go Intel to Silicon. It can obviously build for Windows, Linux, iOS, Android, all of those things. It's actually hard to have a single machine that does everything. And so unless you have like a very bifurcated build pipeline where it's like, oh yeah, for these platforms it goes over here and these platforms it goes over here, which could be fine. I was entertaining the idea of like, if I had a Mac Mini that just sat up there on the shelf and I could like have it build stuff. And even then, the only thing that I would really use virtualization for is to run Docker on a Mac. I was thinking about that. So I was looking at that a little bit. I don't know. The thing that is just so annoying for my personal workflow is the Xcode part of the equation, right? Because it's a requirement to build to iOS. At least the way I do things from Unity. Unity doesn't build Apple binaries. Unity builds Xcode projects that then have to be independently built. And you can automate that stuff, and people do, for sure. It's just, it splits up all over the place eventually. Or you just use Unity Cloud. I think for me, it doesn't necessarily, I'm going to probably work on some command line scripts and work on some stuff to help automate builds a little bit, but there's a whole lot of stuff with deployment that has nothing to do with the build, that is just stupid, annoying app store kind of stuff. That I just got to kind of eat, I think. Like Fastlane seems sort of cool, but it doesn't do every part of the process. So I don't know. Anywho, all of that is to say, do we want to try how do we know the options for this? Why is there not just a link to this? Sorry, do we want to try to update every second? Update the time every second. I think we're going to try. So options wise, if I want the time only, I feel like we just did this. So it's just like a 2 locale time string if I only want the time. The thing that would be clever, kind of cool, is if this is the key and like, I don't know about that. I'm gonna think about that a little bit. Like the substitution key just looked straight right in here. I don't know. I feel like it's gonna be a little annoying, honestly, but we'll figure it out. So, okay, we have a service that gives us the local time. We definitely don't want to have to hit that service all the time, but I think actually that's an interesting question. Can we count on That's an interesting question. Hold on. Let me think about this for a second. Because maybe this is more annoying than I had really imagined. We certainly don't want to query the time every second. So wait. I did see an article about people using network time protocol. But surely they're maintaining the time internally and then just adding to it, right? Right? Great. Oh boy. So is time client? What is time client? Okay, so it was foolish of me, I think, to think of this web service for the clock. Because how do I want to say this? Like, we can query that, but then we still have to internally maintain the clock, and we're not going to query this every second. I don't even want to query it every minute. So this, I think my strategy was a poor strategy. So what is time.h? How do people use the internet now, where every 2 seconds trying to look at a website, something pops up in front of you? How? Why is it like this? Is this just like part of the config time? Interesting. I mean, I'm kind of with you. I finally did on my daily driver browser install uBlock. Does that block everything though? Does that stop just like whatever, like cookie pop-ups, all of that stuff? I don't want all of it gone. I feel like Firefox said they were going to do that. Like, didn't somebody say they were going to do that? I don't want to accept them. Take your cookies and shove it. How beautiful is this? How beautiful is this? That trying to read this article about blocking annoying garbage, I can't look at because it immediately pops up annoying garbage. What? I just like how what are you supposed to do? I hate that pop-up. It doesn't matter. I don't want anything popping up. Like the GDPD, whatever it is, GRPD, GDRP, what is that thing? GDRP, what is the thing? GRDP, right? GDPR, that thing. So misguided. Like, if that's the thing that's requiring the cookie confirmation, that serves nobody. That serves nobody. It's just as useless as like clicking and accepting terms to something that nobody reads. It is like, it's worse than an empty gesture. An empty gesture would mean like, okay, it's an empty gesture, but whatever, it's truly empty, it's truly neutral. This is like actually harmful. Does Firefox, like, can Firefox just block everything? I thought somebody was going to just start blocking everything. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Yeah, it's not like anybody's checking that stuff. So tedious. Hate it. Okay. I think... Yeah, but Brave... how's it going, Ben? So Brave is based on Chromium, right? And is the idea that Google's gonna... So I know that Google in Chrome wants to destroy the ability to drop any ads. Is that working its way upstream to Chromium? I mean, I guess it's open source, so Brave can like undo that or whatever. I still feel so weird about Brave because of all of the crypto-ness of it, where it wasn't even blocking ads, it was just like replacing ads. Right? Do they still do that? Maybe I'm out of date on Brave, but like it's like extremely crypto origins just instantly turned me off. It's time to go back to Firefox. I don't even know what Web3 even means anymore. Do you have a concise definition of what it means? Okay, I thought I found it easier, or like a more concise. So is it really this easy? Like we really just do this thing? Have I made this too complicated? I mean, I'm not necessarily going to give up on this backend or throw it away. We may keep it for other data. It's just not good for time, right? Yeah, I mean, Ben, I thought that was like part of the like weird thing. It's like, it's not just they were deleting ads, they were like replacing them, which was even weirder. Those aspects of Web3 I can get on board with. Like the I don't know about the blockchain part, as I just don't know about it. But like the trust aspects of it I think are interesting. Or like the promise of a like less friction for authentication, because that is always so obnoxious. That's like for so much stuff that I do that is API driven, the authentication part of it is so cumbersome and terrible. And if some of these newer concepts, which I don't really pretend to understand fully, can reduce some of that friction, then that sounds great. and you don't even have to tell me that they're good or better. I just know the current the current setup is so bad that it kind of has to be better. Okay, so are we gonna have like a separate time manager? Might as well. Ben's gonna love this. Ben's gonna love the way I do this. This is gonna be good C++ programming. So we're gonna do something like this. Time. It will include our globals and our credentials. You can tell by the word globals that I'm a good programmer already. Should already be apparent to you that I'm a good programmer. And then in our globals, we just extern everything. It's that easy. And if I want the time from anywhere, it's gonna be no problem. This is what it means to be a good programmer in C. Although, oh, I already have a problem though, right? Like the success of the time setup is dependent on the success of the networking setup. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I mean, I don't know. My experience with it, like with the web crypto library, crypto like as in cryptography, obviously, for all of the Twitch token authentication and all that stuff is so not only is it cumbersome, but it's like computationally pretty expensive. And I have to do it on every click that comes through with heat. It just seems like an enormous waste of computation. That there has to be a better way to say like, okay, you are you, and I know you're you, and I am me, and we're gonna have a conversation here. But maybe not. Maybe actually in the new model it's even worse, where there is zero trust ever, and there has to be computationally expensive cryptographic gymnastics every time you say a syllable to me. Well, the fun thing about networking setup is what? Okay, sorry. Is this a real question? Okay. The fun thing is barcode tattoos. Do you think barcodes or do you think QR codes? Or implanted RFIDs? I'm ready to just get my YubiKey. Let's just get this in my body, right? Just, how big's the actual chip in here? Can we just embed this? I definitely have known people who've had the like little embedded RFID capsules. Surely we can get the YubiKey in me. I will say, so speaking of my networking adventures of the weekend, following Binary's advice and using NFS, where there's no authentication, like NFS is just like, this IP address is allowed and it's all fine. And there's no handshaking or authentication or anything, was so good. It was so good. It was great. It was really, what a pleasure. What an absolute pleasure to not have to deal with authentication with that. It made life so much easier. Like I can close my eyes and imagine what it would have been like if I'd gone with CIFS and had to deal with like stupid Samba Windows authentication stuff. Ugh. Well, do I need to virtualize to do that, or can I just containerize? I mean, like the containerization gets me most of the way there without virtualization, right? Well, but I mean, maybe we have different definitions of it. I think of virtualization as like an abstraction layer between the hardware, right? Maybe that's not the common use of the term. I am still annoyed, like I talked about on Discord, the annoyingness of the I guess that's true. The lines are very blurry on it. I like, and I didn't even realize this, which is kind of cool. It makes a lot of sense. on Windows now, when you use Docker, I think it can work either way, but like the virtualization part of it, because it wants Linux, obviously, is just handled through Windows Subsystem for Linux, which I assume somewhere deep below is a hypervisor thing, I assume. And then on Mac OS, you can run Docker, and it internally uses some like, I don't know what it is, hypervisor framework, something, some virtualization framework provided by Apple to do the same thing, to run Linux under the hood. Yeah, but the framework is called something else. I don't think it's just straight up Rosetta, because there's some other Docker Mac. I was looking this up, you can tell. Because I think it changed something. Because I think Apple now has, I think it's like kind of like their hypervisor equivalent. What is it called? Oh, use new virtualization framework. Is that the one? Apple's new virtualization framework. What is that called? HyperKit was the old one, which I guess was kind of the same thing. What even is the new thing? Anyway, hypervisor is the Windows one, right? Hypervisor specifically a Microsoft product, or is it a generic term? Okay, it is a generic term, but that's just what Windows calls theirs, right? Like Microsoft just calls their hypervisor product hypervisor. Anywho, I guess my whole point is, for me, I'm not super interested in hardware emulation. The thing that's actually, it does seem to be missing, and I think people are working on it, is like the extreme sort of dependency of Docker on Linux, right? Like that's kind of a requirement, which I guess if you have a virtual Linux environment, doesn't matter to you very much, but like it seems a little weird on Mac OS, which is like a Unixy world. Like, why can't I just run containers that are containers that don't require a separate virtualization layer? I don't know. I'm just obviously not an expertise in any of this. Okay, so Ben says just don't let the Wi-Fi connection fail. This is smart. That's why Ben makes the big bucks. I mean, I may actually be doing that already. Am I? Am I blocking in networking? Because that would be funny. I am. I'm just blocking in networking. So no problem. There's no problem here. Fortunately, the bad programming I did last time is protecting me for the current new good bad programming that I want to do. So it's no problem at all. You just have to sit here and wait 30 seconds while Wi-Fi resolves itself, but who cares? I mean, we could get into like Lambda callback land, right? Some C++ Lambdas. The format of C++ Lambdas looks insane to me. There's just something about like because they start with empty brackets, right? They just look weird to me. Okay, so are you telling me that in here I can just do this? I don't know if I believe you. Well, obviously I hate that variable name. Obviously I hate this variable name. Why won't you let me rename? Sometimes refactored stuff works and sometimes it just doesn't. Oh, this is cute. Okay, let's just steal this for the minute because I just want to see if it works. We should probably plug in one of these devices. Although, the other one's not turned on. Yeah, I'm mostly like Cloudflare workers. I mostly like them. Like, as you saw earlier on, though, there's always like a little bit of friction. I just had forgotten Wrangler 2. You just call Wrangler init, and it makes it pretty easy. I mean, if I had remembered that, it would have been easy. If I had not read the documentation, which told me to do the wrong thing, it would have been pretty easy and really fast. And their new setup, I think the idea is essentially that, like with Miniplayer Free, you're running a local. How do they put it? It's basically the idea is Miniplayer 3 is not like faking Cloudflare infrastructure. It's using the same runtime, I guess. Like it essentially is the stack that runs on the server, more or less, and you're running it locally. Like and rather than just like something that's emulating the server environment. I'm probably putting that poorly, but hopefully you see what I mean. I think the idea is that with this new version, it's supposed to be more apples to apples. AWS is a garbage machine and I hate it. We'll never like AWS. Okay, so what are we doing here? I don't want to be here. Okay, so we need to try to platform IO it up. I haven't tried this new version yet. I did want to try to add all the over-the-air stuff before we do this, because it will be up inside of a sign and it'd be cool to be able to over-the-air update it. However, so we should be able to just build, right? And then to actually test one of these, this one of them. Yes. This product, this fake USB-C connector. What monsters? What monster did this? I mean, it's my own fault. I think they just like saw me coming a mile away and were like, oh yeah, this joker. He'll pay for the USB-C connector even if it's not technically really a USB-C connection. Weird. Probably. I mean, I don't know about a web front end, but maybe. That kind of sounds like a thing Cloudflare would have. Probably not with the web front end though. I bet it is all. You really can do pretty much everything through the TOML file. Although that does make me think of like the dev container idea, which I'm like really interested in, because I hate, like, every one time I wanted to like try some different platform, the like tool chain setup, like the tool chain of whatever it is, where it's just like, oh no, I haven't done this in a few months and now I want to like use these tools. Or it's like I have some setup in whatever, Python or C++ or whatever, where the environment expects specific versions and there's other versions. And I know there's like for individual things, there's ways to like manage versions. Like Node has one, Python has one, whatever. Everybody has something of how to, but I don't want to do that. I like the idea of a dev container where it's just like, hey, nobody cares. I don't want, leave my base system alone. Just do all this trash in the dev container. Feels pretty good, except for all the things that WSL2 doesn't do very well from a hardware standpoint. Well, I would kind of like to have like 10 dev containers where it's like, okay, whatever. This is my ESP32 dev container, even though the Matter one that they have doesn't work and didn't work. Finally, they wrote me and asked me like, hey, can we just close this issue? The issue that I posted of the generic switch not working in Matter. Basically, they asked Google and they asked Apple, and they were like, oh yeah, we didn't support that. We like Matter just seeming, the implementation of Matter on popular devices seems to just not support that feature, which is cool. And so it's really weird that they wrote me on GitHub asking if they could close the issue. And it was like, well, it's not really resolved in any way, but sure. I guess we can close it because I'm no longer interested in your platform because it doesn't do what I want it to do. But okay. Oh, what's wrong? Oh yeah, of course. How could I be so silly? How dare I try to reference something? Okay, So I guess I'm not sure if I need to do this, and I don't know if anybody else needs that. Like, should I do it in the globals? Where is this? And what's your problem? I don't think it's really a problem. I think it's intelligence being senseless. Anyway, so the idea that's like, okay, I have to deal with some stupid ML nightmare setup. Okay, so did that build? Seems to have built. So to upload to that device, did I push credentials that I shouldn't have? Seems like a thing I would do. It'd be kind of funny. Did I do that? There's something I have to do to this new device. Well, okay, it gets confused when I have the plotter plugged in, I think. How about that? COM7. I keep losing track of what I'm talking about. Okay. So, look at that. It's February 3rd, that is true. Whoa, oh my gosh. Rendered senseless. Look how good the... Oh, wait, okay, an anonymous gifter. Wait, I'm sorry. Gave 2 rendered... So first of all, I didn't even know rendered senseless was here. Okay, I have to be honest with you. I'm a little confused about what just happened. I saw the word rendered senseless and thought it was from rendered senseless. That's not true. Anonymous gave... Phil Powers. Wait, how come I'm seeing the names of these people from the past? Is it just like giving... How does this work? I'm confused by this. Anonymous gifter gave thanks for the sub. Okay, obviously the display does not know how to handle this. Okay, my anonymous friend, my anonymous hero, thank you. Whoever you may be, I love the little ghost. Bot made this is broken. One day we need to work on bot made this. I just got so confused because I saw rendered senseless and Phil Powers. I miss them. But not as much as I miss you, anonymous person. Speaking of Twitch and getting paid by Twitch, I think after months and months and months since... When did I do that job for them last? So before Thanksgiving. I think I just now God, I had to do all the stuff to like get approved as a vendor and tax stuff in the US and tax stuff in the UK and all of that. And then they like my like invoicing contact left the position and I had to get a new person. So anyway, I think as of this week, I got a purchase order. Unfortunately, Amazon pays net, it might even be net 90, net 60 or 90. So I'm hoping they will go from the date of the invoice, which was now several months ago, and not from the date of their purchase order, which was like this week. Oh, Ben, I don't know. It's what happens. The big companies thing. This has never served me well, but I recently had to. Oh my gosh, more anonymous gifting. Who could it be? I have an idea of who it might be. What is broken with my? Well, maybe this is just broken. And this is hot on the heels of me having a client who I really like. I think I can say it. Camouflage Games, who I've enjoyed working with, absolute pleasure. I worked with them on a few things. I worked with them on that Iron Man VR game. Worked with them on the re-release of the Iron Man VR game for for Meta Quest. Worked on them for various other things that unfortunately didn't see the light of the day. But I really like them. They're the company that did Republic. It's Riot Payton, who was originally from he worked with Konami on Metal Gear Solid 4. Anyway, I like them and I've enjoyed working with them. They were the last day of me working with them on the Iron Man VR for Meta Quest project was the producer was like, hey, could you send an invoice? Surprise, Meta bought us. Because I guess it was a secret and wasn't announced yet. It's been announced since then. But it was like, hey, I'm not supposed to tell anybody, but you have to send this. You have to invoice Meta now because they bought us, but don't tell anyone because it's a secret. And so this company that I've worked with for years and have had a good relationship with, suddenly I have to be onboarded by Meta to be able to work with them, which was also an insanely, needlessly complicated, tedious process where it really took 2 months to go through and get them all the documentation in. It's crazy. There's not only are they so slow, they're sticklers for minutia that is irrelevant. It's a long story, but the way my credit union works, the bank account number is very slightly different from the member number. It has an additional suffix on the end. So everything, all the documentation I have is technically the member number, which should be fine, but Meta insisted that it match the bank account number. Anyway, whatever. Nonsensical financial stuff where I had to go with him over and over and over again. Finally got them in documentation that would have the correct thing on it, but then oh, well, it also needs this other thing on it, and they have to be on the same piece of paper. Where in the end, I had to go to my, right to my bank and say, can you please just give me a special document that has these 3 things on it, because Meta will not take it. I does surprise me that John Carmack quit, especially with the way they've been sort of dealing with VR land. Anyway, whatever. I had it's kind of a bummer because I had sort of intentionally avoided ever working with Meta and had kind of passed on jobs that were Facebook or Meta jobs. But now one of my favorite clients got purchased by them. So maybe that means I'll never get hired again. The thing that's supposed to be the plus side of this, both with Amazon and with Meta, is I went through this stupid onboarding stuff to be a vendor. So then it's oh, now you're in the vendor database and they can hire you, and people will hire you because it's so annoying to onboard someone new that they would rather just go with someone in the database. That hasn't actually happened to me. I don't think I've ever gotten a job through their internal systems. I think you have to actually kind of cultivate that though. I think you have to sort of go in and maintain your internal, because both of those companies have sort of internal, almost internal classifieds, sort of. I don't know. I haven't gone in and updated my vendor profile or whatever on either of those. I think I'm on somebody else's too. Maybe Unity? I don't know. I've had to do it at various times over the year, and it has never really served me. It's oh, you're in the system now. Has done nothing for me. Anyhow, okay, whatever. We seem to have gotten A clock. So what I'm curious about is like, does this actually work? Also, now I kind of want to do lambdas. Just so I can say, I always forget how to do this. Like, what does it look like? It's this thing, right? Well, Ben, all you have to do is do what I do, and on my invoices put net 15, and then you'll be paid in 2 weeks. Never. It never works. It never works. My hope was just that maybe if I just put net 15 on things, like once it goes into their invoicing system, like they won't pay attention and they'll just type it in, like that somebody will just put it. Yeah, I don't think it's ever worked. I guess the good news is they were so slow to pay me that I don't have to pay taxes on it last year. That's good, I guess. That's always fun. It's also fun to get paid when I haven't really had any big project for several months, and then suddenly get paid for something. I could feel like, oh, I have some income. Exciting. Okay, so how do lambdas work? Like C++ lambdas? I don't know how to declare them. Like, can't I just do this, essentially? If I wanted to say, for example, that if I wanted to say, hey, well, like if I did that and then I went to this should be an easy thing that I should know how to do. And then I just say in here, but like, what is the signature for something that I'm passing a lambda to? Like, what does it look like? Is it like, it's really just this? As far as saying like, hey, I'm going to give you a lambda? What am I missing here? Like, I just want an argument. No templates, thanks. Is there a way to do this that doesn't make you want to throw up? Surely there's just like a really easy way to do this, right? Ugh. I don't want a template. But to do this? I mean, also it. Wait, what? I know this is me making things complicated again, but I just want the like most minimal possible syntax for this. but I'm not on C++20, so I can't auto it. So this. That means it returns an int. More gifts. This is out of control. A gift to Axio. What is with this like very delayed gift giving? Appreciate it. I'm grateful to you. My anonymous benefactor. That's all I've ever wanted. I was like I was like overly influenced by, oh my gosh, for Ben as well, Great Expectations growing up. So at the end of this, can I just go callback? Is that a reasonable thing to do? Oh my gosh. For binary as well. I always what do they call, gosh, what was that name? It's not, is it, it's, gosh, who, like not anonymous benefactor, like what was the term used in Great Expectations? Like the general term for like a secret, it's some kind of benefactor. What's the term? In this case, the virus is subs, so I'll take it. What is that? What is the term from Great Expectations? A mysterious benefactor? Is that what I'm thinking of? Wow, spoiler alert. Right there, spoiler. I think mysterious benefactor is the term I'm thinking of. My favorite part about Great Expectations, I actually won money because of this, I think. I won money because I won $10,000, I feel like, because I mentioned Great Expectations at a very opportune time. The thing about Great Expectations is it's great. It's good. It's a very good book. But my favorite thing about it is, like, you know, Pip thinks has this mysterious benefactor, and he thinks he has unlimited resources and funds. The person he thinks is his benefactor is not his benefactor, and he does not have unlimited resources and funds. So there's like this period of his life where he's just like spending all this lavish money, and then it's like, oh crap, I've got to pay all that back. And then it takes him like 10 years. And the end of the book is like, oh yeah, I just had to pay all that money back, and it took a long time. And there's just something so real about that ending. Like, not this like amazing happy ending or whatever, or he found the treasure chest or the pot of gold or whatever. It really is just like, oh yeah, it sucked. Like, I had to pay all that money back. It was hard. I think it's mysterious benefactor is the term, which is also the term that Nextlander uses on Patreon for one of their tiers. I do like Nextlander. I'm definitely not a mysterious benefactor because I think their tier is like, people pay like $100 a month or something, which is ludicrous. But I guess $100 a month for a podcast, basically. It's pretty wild. I mean, I love them. I mean, I don't know. So I have like strong emotions about this because, like, you know, these are three of the main people from Giant Bomb. Giant Bomb was such a huge part of my life for a long time. Giant Bomb is now just like a shell of itself in a way that is sad. They just had layoffs. Like, fandom owns them now. Anyway, sad story. The sad fall from grace. So like I was like truly upset when, in particular, when Brad and Vinny left Giant Bomb. It was heartbreaking even. And so then when Nextlander started, I was very excited. So I could see someone like really wanting to support them. Like, I'm a patron at this level. But But the notion of $1,200 a year, I mean, I guess they just have, and it's a long list. They read these at the end of their weekly podcast. It is a long list. They're getting many hundreds of dollars every month from a group of people. So it's kind of nuts. I mean, Ryan, yeah, it was never the same after Ryan. I mean, that's the thing about Giant Bomb is like, there's lots of those. That was the biggest sea change moment, I think, of like Ryan's passing was like a huge change. I still really liked a lot of things that happened after him, and I liked a lot of the people that were around. I liked some of the people that came in. For the most part, honestly, I wasn't super excited about most of the people that came in over the years. But then as like the core of the core people continued to leave, like it was just a bummer. Like Drew leaving was a bummer. I never really got into Giant Bomb East, so it was a bummer when that schism happened. Anyway, I don't know. It's like a weird thing when something is, when you've listened to people talk in your ears for thousands and thousands of hours, it's a pretty weird thing. Yeah, it's a bummer. It's like this year will be 10 years, right? Was it 2013 or 2014? I mean, I remember thinking of this years and years ago of like, how do they exit this? Like, how do they pivot it out? Like what I had imagined was like, oh, probably they will continue to hire younger people and then the older people will move back into like more backseat roles. But the reality of the situation was like they were purchased by big corporations. It's not like, you know, this was some bootstrapped thing. It was originally, but not like some bootstrap things where these founders are like the owners and will profit from it. They're just salaried employees. So like there was no reason for them to stay as that cycle happened. I had just sort of hoped that like, I don't know, that it would just like have a shutdown, like it would end with dignity kind of, rather than just becoming sort of a shell of itself. I don't know, that's dramatic to say, but a sad story. Anywho, okay, we were trying to do an anonymous function, right? That's what we were trying to do. I feel like we almost succeeded. Did we succeed? I mean, if this works, it's fine. The main thing is I refuse to use templates. But Ben would just leave the stream right now and never watch ever again. I refuse to use C++ in the way that you're supposed to use C++. I only use C++ where I write C and then very occasionally I use a feature that C doesn't have just to make my life slightly easier. But generally speaking, no C++. I wouldn't even say I know C++. I know, I know enough C to get myself into trouble, and then that doesn't look good, does it? And then like enough C to just break everything all the time. Sorry, C++ to break everything. I don't really want to know C++. I don't like it. It doesn't appeal to me. It doesn't look good. Like visually, aesthetically, it doesn't look good. I don't like the look of C++. It's ugly. Did that do what I wanted it to do? It did. Okay. So this is one way, at least I could say, like, wait for... If I want to do stuff that is waiting for networking, this makes no sense at the moment because really this callback comes at the end, but it's somewhat more reasonable, I think. I guess, I don't know. I mean, this is really fully blocking. There's nothing asynchronous about it. It could be, like it could asynchronously just poll and wait for the connection to become live, which would be the right way. So I'm setting up for that scenario. Anywho, once we have time, how have I been streaming for almost 2 hours and I've done nothing? I've hung out with my friends. Draklin, it's such a pleasure to have you around during a stream. when did I start this? Like 2017, 2018? I think I started in 2018 when I turned 38 because I was like, oh yeah, 38. This is a big year for me. I want to become a streaming sensation. And look at me now. I've got 13 subscribers. all of them from this stream. Big shot. Okay, so here's some things I don't know that I would like to know. Am I like, is that NTP library in the background doing cool stuff? Like, is that actually doing stuff for me? Like, in other words, I mean, I guess this is supposed to call every second, delays every second. You know what I would like to know? Like, I would like to have a timer. Yeah. Well, and that was before the weird schism, right? That was before the reorganization of like creative broken into a million subcategories. I feel like I did do better when it was Twitch Creative was just Twitch Creative, right? Because I think when I took that break is when they split everything in science and tech, and then no one ever watched me ever again. And now they've changed it again. I don't even know, where am I? Software and game development. It really did. I mean, I very regularly at that time, and maybe rating just isn't in vogue, but I got rated by people from the like Twitch creative land very often, like illustrators or musicians or whatever. Maybe not musicians because they already did have music, but yeah, he seems to have hit some kind of inflection point, which makes me think I should probably pay attention to it. Someone who was like entrepreneurially minded. How many? I mean, I don't know about users necessarily. I think there's a few things. One is, I think some other popular tools have added like some layers for heat. So there's some other tools that are relatively popular that have heat support. So as far as individual users or individual channels, I think my status is broken. I can tell you the number of clicks, which is sometimes in the millions per month. It's the wrong browser. But I think I broke the user's definition is unfortunately a weird one because there's like some different metrics for that I should probably clamp down on, because there's the people that have the extension installed, which I can get that list, but that's just people that have the extension installed, not necessarily people that are like actively using it or even have an overlay up. Then there's the people that are connected to the WebSocket service, which bafflingly, sometimes people like have maybe because they installed the extension and removed it, but they're connected to the web service, but they're not even using the extension, which does nothing but just like, I think that it's just people who added an overlay and then forgot about it. It does nothing but like cost me money. And then there's the people that are streaming or not streaming at any given time who may be connected to the back end and may have it active but aren't actually actively streaming. So the Venn diagram of all of those things being true, meaning like, oh, these are the humans that are using heat right now, I don't think I easily have that number. And then, you know, who knows on any of those streams if they even actually have a overlay up to use it, because sometimes even when I've tried to get that number, they may not even have it up. So these are all things that if I was running the service in a more coherent way, I would probably know all of those things and know all of those numbers. But let's see. So on heat production, $500,000 in the last 24 hours. Well, that's crazy. we still never really break, like, the requests per second are still relatively low, which is good. Unfortunately, the thing that, like, I think a fair, gosh, 3 million clicks in the last week. This is actually bad news for me, because that probably means, I'm probably going to hit some limits and have to, oh man, what's my bill going to be this month? Uh-oh, Heat is getting too popular. $3 million in the last week? Still, though, something that's interesting is the requests per second. The like, you know, there's been a few people that have come by that are bigger broadcasters. I don't think currently I don't have any analytics that are like, I should probably add that now that Cloudflare has analytics, like a really easy way to do workers analytics. Jacqueline, you know I'm not good at doing anything that could be the right answer for me making money. So obviously I don't know who's using it. Okay, but this is actually good news in a weird way, even though like the volume of this worries me a little bit because I think I'm going to hit some limits for sure. The good news, I think, is that even with these pretty insane numbers, the success rate is quite high, which is very good. So that seems like these clicks are going through. And I think that's partially due to that Band-Aid we put on a couple weeks ago. But interestingly is like, we're still only peaking, even seemingly with the crazy volume we have, our requests per second is never more than 28. I mean, that's where we're peaking as requests per second. And why that is relevant is if we switch to the new queues system, which is my plan, which I think will make life easier in a lot of ways. It is currently rate limited at 100 per second. And I was worried like, oh man, is 100 per second going to be too limiting? But we have a lot of headroom before 100 per second. That's wild. I didn't know Heat was quite that popular. Man, I should probably pay attention to the things that I make when they're popular and figure out how to make money from them. I wonder how much of this... The thing that's a bummer... Is this it, Dracula? Is this how I make my riches? A thing that's a real bummer here is I know a lot of this compute time is what I was complaining about earlier, is like... cryptographic nonsense that I don't actually care about. Because I'm authenticating, and maybe I shouldn't, but I am. I'm authenticating every click. And the funny thing is, as Draclin knows, it's not that hard to just scrape the data you need from the browser and then abuse it for 24 hours. Because I think, excuse me, I think those keys are valid for 24 hours. So it's not hard to get the key if you want to abuse. I am rate limiting, but in other words, it's not like that authentication is that valuable. Okay, but we should probably work on Heat. People care about Heat. How do I monetize it? I mean, the big idea was to let people pay to turn on Heat. I mean, yeah, it's true. And I think, like, you know, there's all these ideas of like rate limiting broadcasters or whatever, but then you start to get to the point where, well, then people need accounts and they need whatever. I've seen this cycle on a lot of different APIs. I mean, we all have, where it's like an API starts out, it's wide open, it's fun, it's great. Then they realize like, oh no, this is suddenly popular. So it's got to be rate limited. So maybe you keep a free tier that has some maximum, and maybe, you know, it gets... then you have to have accounts, and then the accounts, maybe they're still free accounts, you get a little bit more, you know, paid tiers, so on and so forth. Yeah, ChatGPT, I'm sure, is going through the same thing. They probably knew that would happen, I would imagine. But it's I guess I have some doubts as to whether, like, if I really carried all the work through to make accounts and have ways to do the intelligent rate limiting and monetization, all that, if I would actually still make money, right? Like, if I did all that work, I don't know. Anywho, we were gonna look at timers. Because I kind of want to... Oh, that was the ESP32. Or do we know? So I have 4 timers. What if that timer's used for something else? Calls on timer every second. This looks annoying. Why does this look so annoying? I guess it's not that bad. But why would I need this? This seems weird. Like, if I have a callback, this is like a weird example. I would like a simpler example, please. I want a simpler... Gotta be a simpler baby, right? How about that? Seems good. I just seem maybe a timer's not what I want, because I don't really understand why I need this extra accounting if I just want to fire event once a second. Like, is it actually a requirement that I do these other... This had reasonable... Gosh, where is that though? Is it you? The ticker library? Okay. I think this is actually what I want. I see. Ooh, toggler. That's just another. I feel like it's not a. I don't know. In my opinion, this is not a good basic example. In my opinion, you want a basic example that does one thing. And both of these examples do more than one thing. So I think you always want a basic example that is just like one thing. But this has like timers. I'm not a fan. Multiple kinds of tickers. Like, just make 3 different examples. It's not like I'm not a fan. Not a fan. Anywho. So, in our little time buddy, I guess we could handle all timing functions in here. Just have our ticker in here as well. Yeah, I mean, yes, that is true. Multiple files, not a fan. Even in this one file, though, they have this ticker is affecting this ticker is like, why do we do this? Like, I think this is all I want is the toggler. Anyway, it's funny that it's in seconds. It's actually a little surprising. So what is my GMT offset? In seconds. So it is -8, but when it's daytime, it's, or sorry, daylight saving time. So GMT offset should be -8 times 60 times 60. Is that what you're telling me? It'd be kind of cool to like have arbitrary intervals. If I could actually, can I give a lambda to that thing? Then I'd have to expose the. Interesting. Oh well. Okay, so the really simple example here, is an attach, toggle period, and then toggle. So. Can you have more than one ticker? There's not documentation for this. Like, can I have a single ticker attached to multiple things, I guess is my question. I think no. Sorry, so many messages. Anywho, I'm imagining wanting like different intervals. And I don't really have to manage them. Like I prefer to have like preset intervals essentially. In some ways, this is a simpler example, even though Very weird though. Like, does it mean it's only on for 1 millisecond? I'm kind of confused. Seems like a very strange example. Anywho, if we wanted to have something that was like ticker something silly like that on 1 second tick. I wonder if internally this is using timers or if this really is just like a, like, what do you think this uses under the hood? Looks like it does use a timer. Oops. A 1 second ticker and a 10-second ticker. And then okay, every way I'm doing it, this is all silly, but it's fine. So, and then if we had like whatever, a 1 second ticker dot attach to every 1 second. This feels very silly. But I want to see if I understand what's going on first, I guess. I've already lost track of what I actually intended to do today. I was just like, what am I doing? The idea, right, okay, so the idea is that we can have a string buffer. It can have some substitutions in it. One of those substitutions will be the time. And to do that, we need to update that time at a reasonable interval, which is probably 1 second. So we get our 1 second ticks, and we should get a 10-second tick. Yeah. So we don't really have to, really we could just have like this. We're gonna be all anonymous functioning, which we want to be. Like create ticker with seconds and is that how you do that? Looks pretty funny. And then like instead of doing this it's not that easy, unfortunately. Or is it? Do we care? Do I ever care about talking to it again is the question. Like if I don't, then it's just like I think to begin with, I don't care. This seems wrong. This seems like it's going to cause trouble.
We just became very different people, and so we had nothing in common overnight.
Right? I don't just feel like trouble. I just feel like not the way to do something. This just seemed like I'm setting myself up for some sort of failure with this being on the stack. Ben, am I about to commit like a memory crime that I'm going to regret? Probably. Doesn't this seem like a thing you probably aren't, like, probably isn't the right thing to do? I don't know. I don't know what's going on in... Can we see? Attach MS. Who actually does the work? You do. Well, I'm going to do it, and then it's going to break, and then we'll try to figure out how to not do it so poorly. Just, I don't know. It's like, it's definitely one of those, definitely not really a C++ programmer, not even really a C programmer, and it's just like, I feel the tingles. I feel like the tingle of something's wrong here. But that's not going to stop me from doing it, obviously. Oops. That's not an object. Every 1 second we want to do what? This is a silly way to do this. Silly. Okay, how are we doing? Okay, we've got, wait, come back. Here? The beautiful language. Don't do that. I don't want you there. I just want to try to understand. The auto formatter really working against me here. What a weird, why would you align that there? You would think at a minimum it would sort of kind of make sense to align it here, right? Like, kind of. It's a beautiful language. Like, you could almost, whatever. If I just add some spaces, will you allow me? Okay, so sorry. How dare I argue with the auto formatter? Wait, you don't like Vim insert mode? I've been using it for like 3 years because Life is Yours told me to do it as a joke. I use Vim mode. So I have a weird history with it. Like, dating back now 25 years or whatever, almost. Gosh, really. 25 years since I've probably actually really is right around 25 years since I started using Linux. I was using it on the desktop at home, and you know, your first real decision, at least at the time, in the Linux world, which I think is, I wonder how true it is now, but it's basically like, okay, you're going to start with Pico, which now I think is Nano, but then you have to choose your path in life, and that path is either going to be Vim or it's going to be Emacs. And I chose the Vim path, even though my mentor at the time, Bradley Hughes, the creator of Blackbox, where's Bradley Hughes these days? He was an Emacs person. I chose Vim, and I don't know why, but I chose Vim. And so that's what I used for a very long time as my, like, the way I did programming. And I didn't really stop until I want to say like right around 2010 or something, when I started using, I used various other IDEs depending on whatever I was doing, but then I switched to Sublime Text for most of my programming and kind of got out of Vim world, and I liked all the multi-select stuff in Sublime Text and all that now everybody has adopted. I mean, you had to choose one or the other. Really, that's just the way the world was. And Emacs didn't appeal to me as much. I fundamentally think the idea of separating text input from text modification is a good idea. I think that is actually a good idea, because if you don't do that, then you're in the Emacs land where you have insane finger contorting shortcuts to do everything you want to do, because you have said, oh, I can't use 80% of my keyboard for functionality. I have to have like Control Alt X Shift whatever, and you know, I'm used to those things on all graphics applications, whatever. I'm fairly used to it. But I like in other applications that I can just use, I have the whole keyboard available to me for functionality that is application level functionality, right? Like I can click, when I'm in Fusion, I can hit S and bring up the little input menu. It's not like Control Alt Shift S, it's just S. I like my whole keyboard as a functional window into the computer, not with this giant blind spot of the alpha characters that I can't use for functionality. And that's what Vim gives you, right? Vim gives you, hey, you can have your whole keyboard back to do work. And because I will say, it's my belief that in programming, 80% of programming has nothing to do with typing. I feel like 80% of programming is like formatting and shifting and moving and indenting and whatever. Maybe not 80%. A high percentage of programming is not really typing. It is like text manipulation. And I like that. I do actually like that. There's definitely friction that I'm feeling because I also like the Sublime Text multi-select paradigm. I think is better than Vim. And this VS Code plugin kind of lets me try to do both, although I definitely run into friction trying to do both. Yeah, I mean, the Vim plugin for VS Code is reasonably good. And the places where it falters aren't exactly its fault. The places where it falters is where it tries to let me, and I'm not the only one, but tries to let people use a hybrid approach with things like Control D for Sublime Text style multi-select, which I think is just better. I really do. I think, you know, my temptation at first was like, okay, there has to be, this is just me, that's just my like habits and biases. There has to be an appropriate Vim way to do the thing that Sublime Text lets me easily do. And the answer is that there isn't. I mean, maybe with complicated macros or whatever, but like at a base level, to highlight a thing and hit Control D to highlight all of that thing, that is the Sublime Text kind of thing, and then edit them all in this case, which is effectively like a Vim visual block mode, I think. It's too useful. Yes, that's true. So I don't know. If I really felt like there was a pure Vim way to solve that specific problem, I would embrace it. The sad part is like, I feel like the solution I currently have just breaks occasionally, and the block edit stuff just doesn't, for some reason, doesn't work. But I think it's good. I think it's especially been for like any kind of like repetitive stress kind of thing. I think insert mode is helps alleviate that, because you just stay on the home road all the time, with the exception of what I just said, the Control D, which I choose. But okay, I forgot what I was even doing now. What was I even doing? We were trying to print the word silly. And it seems like it didn't work. So let's try again. What did I break? I mean, the real answer is there's no reason for me to be managing timers inside that timer class. There's truly no reason. Zero reason. That like timer management should just bubble up to the main class. It's funny that I don't get a silly ever, though. It's kind of impressive. But I think this is expected. I would call this expected behavior. In that I expected it not to work, because I feel like we're like, that timer was just, it was just silly. What a silly person I am. Anywho, that's fine. We want to bubble up. Bubble some things up a little higher, I think, anyway. And then we could still use lambda, I guess. Like, no reason I can't still just do this, right? Gosh, that syntax is so strange to me. It's like you use every kind of brackets. Why does that syntax just all of the brackets? It almost seems like a joke. Look at this syntax. This is valid. I've written valid. This is valid C++ right here. What? It doesn't, it looks like a weird emoji. But it's not. It's valid programming. Okay, what do we even want to do every second? I don't even know. Let's call this like high-level application orchestration. Something we do want in here probably is, let's just try this print local time. Because I'm gonna just verify for myself that it is updating. That means we do need to stick it in global land. So, I mean, when was that? I think that was like truly several years ago on stream. Maybe even 3 years ago. I don't remember when it happened. But jokingly, I was talking about using Vim in the past. I was talking about getting used to Sublime Text and in how many ways VS Code really is just like, it just took all the good things of Sublime Text. Maybe not all of them, but in my opinion, took most of the useful features of Sublime Text and then just made them free. I think Life is Yours jokingly said something about using a Vim plugin in Sublime Text, and I tried it, and I'm still doing it. And I mostly like it. I mostly think it's the right way to do things. I think it would be even better if I was better at Vim, or like remembered. I think I lost I was reasonably good at it after using it for 10, 12 years. And then a 10-year window of almost never touching it unless I was like just editing some config file on a server or something. What are you doing, buddy? We've been doing this 2 hours. This was not supposed to be a 2 hour thing. I just keep getting sidetracked. This is shocking no one. All right, here's a question for chat. Task management is something that I'm reasonably good at in not a total micro level, but in a project level, like whatever, you've seen me write to-do lists or make GitHub issues or whatever, but I think I want a very high level life task management strategy. And I don't know exactly what I think is the best way to do that. And so I've been looking at different tools and programs. Todoist seems very popular. So it's anybody who's got a good like a macro task planning. Is that the secret whiteboard? Lots of people go for that, like analog. Ben says they all suck. I don't necessarily disagree. I started using Obsidian I do daily journaling and have for over 20 years. And I started using Obsidian for that. And it's pretty cool. Like I like some things about it. And it gives you the ability to essentially just have a wiki of text files and like visual graphing for it and all that. It's pretty neat. It has a major limitation and it's how they monetize, so I get it. But like the syncing, they're like out of the box syncing requirement is a $10 a month service. And there's ways around that, but I've just been like, ugh, still want to deal with that. But I want mobile syncing with whatever I use. Yeah, I used to use things like Yojimbo and Evernote and all these things that were like hierarchical note projects. And I still do that to some extent. It just feels like I would like a more elegant thing. And I think the strategy, as I understand it, which sounds good to me, and which I do sometimes, is like get things out of your brain, right? Like get them out of your brain in somewhere meaningful. And that means different things to different people. To me, it usually means like a couple times a month or once a week or whatever, I need to just do a brain dump where it's like, okay, I just got to get all this stuff out of my brain and put it on a piece of paper or whatever. What I would actually like more is if I had confidence in the tools, is just like as things pop up, I just tell Siri to stick it in an inbox somewhere, which Todoist, for example, does support. It's just like, oh, hey, like make this a task in Todoist. And then when I sit down, it's not a brain dump, it's an organization of like, okay, I'll take these tasks, put them where they actually go, and then I can follow those tasks, but I just haven't done it. The problem with analog is the like, the rolling of like, macro and micro tasks, right? I have like 15 projects going on currently, and I can put a thing on a piece of paper that says like, oh yeah, finish industrial taxidermy. But that has this whole hierarchy of subtasks to it that I don't want to maintain, like carry that forward every day. And I don't want to have to like page back or what like for me, the text works, like the written list works very well for high level, you just check it off things. Not for a hierarchical set of issues. I mean, some people do the write it down and then put it into software, which is, I could see. Okay, so this seems to be doing the thing, right? We seem to be ticking. This seems to be local time. We seem to have seconds, right? Like, And if I just wanted nothing but hour, minute, seconds, that would be this. But if I want that somewhere, do I need to like sprintf it somewhere? Or I need to do this, like string format time and stick it in there. So it would be something like, it's funny that those are, oh, that's just because they're essentially of unknown length. It's kind of funny how it chooses this different. The time hour, why is that 3 error? Is that just to include a null? Like, this would need to be 9. Why is that S formatted in a funny way? Why does that look suspicious? What's going on with that S? Why does %S look different than everything else? That's kind of what I have currently, but it still feels like it's a little too all over the place. I mean, that's why I like the Obsidian model, because it's sort of decentralized. It is centralized. It's not. It's distributed in that you can just have links to arbitrary nodes and places. So, for example, I could have my single document that is my daily document or whatever, and automatically show all the projects I'm working on. But I don't need micro task management on those. I can just. It's a link to another document that maintains that. It seems interesting. But can I have like Siri add to Obsidian? Can I do that? Seemingly no. I mean, somebody's probably figured this out. I just right now have a mix of like Apple Notes, Apple Reminders, GitHub issues, to-do.markdown files. Like, it is very, it's very spread out. Okay, look at that clock. Incredible. We have a ticking clock. What a triumph. What was the point of all this? What are we even doing? So I should be able to go here, right? Oh, well, we didn't upload the... Okay. That's funny. I forgot. We haven't uploaded the file system to this device. So this has the weird, which is cool. So we need to upload the file system image. I wonder how big that can be. That's funny. I'm impressed with ESP32, gotta say. I've been resistant to them because I have found the toolchain irritating, although I feel like I've got an okay setup with this ESP32 Arduino setup with Platform IO, infinite knocks on wood, but feels like it's working okay for me now. The like inconsistencies between all the like random boards from China and so on and so forth. Not ideal, but not exactly the fault of the hardware. But like once you get the toolchain working and you can actually put the software on the device, it's pretty cool. So I want to be able to do something that's like this, essentially. And the thing that's going to be tricky, like here's the text I got, is like the variable substitution isn't necessarily that hard. It's just I don't think I'm even necessarily caching some of these things anymore. Meaning, like when we get a post here and we get a text post, I'm not doing the substitution here. So we're calling display text and we're just writing that. How do I want to put this? We're just doing the work we're taking that text and we're converting it into pixels immediately, right? So we could do the substitution here, but that would just mean we have done the substitution one time. So which is not very helpful for our purposes here, because we do periodically need to we need like a step in the middle, I guess, which we had previously, but then I kind of got rid of. So we had the serial buffer. So what I think we have to do is when we get new text in, gosh, this is tricky really, because the text buffer, we really have more steps here. Like, because we need to know the like, how do we want to put this? Whatever's in here is going to have the substitutions, or will not necessarily though, I guess. So this could be the raw text buffer, but if we print that, we have to like handle substitutions at some point, I guess is the summary of what I'm saying, is like, so we need something that's like, we just need another buffer that is for that, I guess. I'm sure there's more elegant ways to do this. Basically, this is the buffer that we're actively reading in from the serial port, which we want to maintain. That buffer just needs to be just for that. Then we need a buffer that is like the raw text buffer that is before any templating. Right? That's like, it's like before we've done anything. And then we need the like, the processed text buffer or something. Who did that? Somewhere in there did have like a variable substitution. Let's see, ESP32 are giving out examples on GitHub. We were just looking at it. I think it was in their web library because they had that fancy async web server. Was it here? They just, one of these examples had, let's see. This library, it's cool. Had like support for text processing, and I just want to see what their strategy was. Because I think, yeah, but it's routing. That's not what we want. We want something that specifically was like replacing template. Maybe it really was one of these examples that was like specifically replacing content in a, yeah, I don't like this. That calls processor, and then processor. Places, placeholder. So that has like built-in substitution. But I feel like we just want to do, the issue is those like doing that with these raw character buffers is going to be annoying, I believe. And that the really easy answer would be to use this buddy up here. So in other words, we could just take whatever that raw buffer is. It's silly. I mean, it doesn't seem, it seems like, it seems unwise, or it seems like sloppy, but I don't really have a better way to do it. So in other words, what I'm thinking is like, we create a string that is purely for our replacing. I really thought there was an example in here that had string replace. We're never gonna find that. Because that's just, I don't really want to do that at a care level. Should I? Maybe, but I don't want to. So I don't really know, like, what is the right pattern? Like, what do people do for that? What do people do for just substitution in a string without having to do the thing of, like, iterating through the care buffer and looking for matches and all that? Just sounds so tedious. Really not. One of these examples would just say, wait, Unity, what? What? The trick. Yeah, I think we just do a string from I don't really like it. I don't really like this. But it would be something that's like, I'm gonna do that since we're just using it internally. We don't need a time prefix. It would be something like an input buffer to an output buffer. I don't know. And then we would do something that was like string. It just feels gross. Like from the input buffer. And then on the other side, we would do a string copy of the string buffer dot C string to link. Yeah, if you say buffer, I'm gonna just keep saying it. Buffer, 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 buffer. We got the string buffer to the output buffer. Why are you mad? Oh, because you're... Oops. To the output buffer. But this is not going to be right anymore. The length is going to change. Right? What are you mad about? Right, does this only recur? Wait, what? Do you want to... I've had to deal with this before. Wait, what did I do with it? How did I deal with this? We've already dealt with this. What was the solution? But that could take a const. String copy doesn't, though, right? So what did we do in networking land? Not, yeah, it would have been in networking land when we get the request. How do we do this? Oh, it was the serial land that was the more complicated. I might have thrown all that away. Do I even keep any of the serial available stuff? I just don't even know that I did. That's funny, we just call... Yeah, we don't even store it. I guess I got rid of that. For some reason I can't. That's not what I want, though. Oh. I don't think I want that. I think I do want to copy it out. Oh wait, do I have this backwards? Probably. What is the order of string copy? Is this me doing destination to source? That's destination source. Okay, this is gonna still be wrong, but too many arguments. Do I not need to specify the length? But I probably don't want the whole thing, right? There's got to be a length. That's where we want the length. And then do I really not need the length here? That seems weird. Oh, well, that's a problem. Ugh, this is annoying. What do I want to do? Okay, first of all, okay, anywho, we want to copy that to that, but we also want to set we also want to know the proper length of it. We need to maintain that length. Or we just leave it as a string. I don't know. I don't like use string. We could return the length. Wait, is the type an integer? Unsigned int. Okay, this looks silly. Looks like a silly person wrote this. The idea, though, is that this seems like the easiest way to do a replace, where we say we find time, replace it with, for now, fun. This is how you do programming, right? I think it is. So, for now, let's just do that right here. And we'll call, let's not do it right there. This kind of sucks, actually. Okay, let's think about a couple things. This is probably going to become something else, but what I want to do, I think, is copy I don't know. Feels not right, but let's just try to take it a step at a time. Because what we want this guy has so many buffers. Buffers all day. So let's think about it this way. Is that this is going to be a buffer and a length, right? So and we want to copy that to the raw buffer because we want to leave the serial buffer alone. I'm going to run out of memory on this thing probably. Yeah. Yeah, probably. I mean, that would be a real C programmer, right? But a C++ programmer would make some templates, probably. Okay, so we want to go from, I mean, I'm sure there's a more appropriate way to do this, but whatever. First, let's just copy to the raw buffer from the buffer we just put in. Let's do that. And then say that the raw text buffer length is equal to like. This feels weird. Feels a little weird. Like, I don't know. I feel like I want that to have a length, but I think maybe there's another function call that does have the length for it. Anyway, that is going to give us now our raw buffer. It's going to have our fun vacation party. Next, process the raw buffer. So let's take our raw text buffer. Let's do our replacing. Right to the processed buffer. Oops. Process text buffer. And now dot length is equal to that. That's not a variable. And then it's not very elegant in the way that it's structured, but I think this does the business. I want to just see what goes into the process buffer here, right? Now the thing that's just annoying is like the separation of like what needs to get printed and when and what's in which buffer. Like, I don't know. It feels overwrought at the moment is how I would describe it. Like there's a little too much going on. I mean, as long as I have the memory to do it, which I think I do, I don't think it's that big of a deal. It just definitely feels like a thing that could be more elegant. Great. Nailed it. What are you mad about? Oh, because it's displayed the text. Well, you'd think the compiler would tell me, but I just, if you're just doing fun extern global stuff, I promised the compiler it would be set somewhere. It was never set. Could this be a weakness in my extern everything strategy? No. No, could it be? No. No. This is definitely the right way to do things. I want to make another coffee. It's weird that it tells me, like, I don't know. Okay. Did this... That seems to not work at all. No, it worked. Wow, look at that. Hello. Fine. Hello time. I mean, becomes hello fun. So here's the annoying part is what can we actually do here? Needs to be a const care replace. Prefixing all these seems weird. It's like not linguistically down. I mean, if it was time, like get time, it would be fine. But since I'm not, no objects allowed in this program. We don't do objects here. We essentially want this, right? Wait, what do you actually want? Oops. That's not how you do that. That's the right way to do that. How do you say, why can't I not think of this? How do you say I'm going to return a pointer? Oh, well, okay, it's gonna be annoying, right? Like, because we need to be able to, can't be const, but this demands that it is. How do I get around this? Is there a person that really is a C programmer? What's the right way to do this? I mean, I get it. It's a const, so I shouldn't mess with it, right? Jacqueline, did ChatGPT just tell you what to do? Yeah, I don't want to convert everything to strings, though. It's really just a dumb C problem that I should know the answer to. It's just like I want to do a replace with a non-const. Like I want to replace, but maybe you can't. Maybe it has to be a const, or maybe it has to be a string. I mean, maybe that's No, it looks like you can do a care. Okay, wait. I mean, I just kind of want to know if there's a good way to do this. And what's the right way to, like... Oh, it wouldn't be. It would be like... Like if we don't know. Are you? I don't know. Are you now an Ask ChatGPT everything person? David's been doing that. I mean, this is just me being bad at C. I just like I can't remember how to do that. Everything's so slow. Not a pointer. I don't want it to be a pointer. I want it to be a character array. Like... But I want to know the length. Is annoying, which I think I do need to know, right? I mean, I don't know. The easy just give up answer is definitely just make a string and return a string, for sure. Definitely would make things easier. Because otherwise I do need a length. Is this already a function? Is this... Okay, part of my problem, I think, is this already exists. Is that something that's already defined somewhere? Looks like it. Maybe. I think that's part of my problem. So I was inadvertently overloading something. So probably this should have all a different name. It's true. It's true. You could replace everything with ChatGPT. What are you mad about now? Oh, no, I wasn't just doing that. So what are you mad about? I mean, is that true? Is time now a thing that exists somewhere? Is that your new game? I don't know. I mean, this stuff is this is definitely the kind of stuff that's just embarrassing on stream, where it's like, oh, I just need to like focus for a second and think about what I'm doing because I just don't remember how to do these things. But then I end up just stumbling around a lot, and then I get flustered. So okay, just snap to it for a second. Now, what is wrong? I don't even know what that means. This is a weird error. That would be easier. All right, like pass it the string that you want and put the time in there. That makes way more sense. Let's do that. I mean, that definitely makes more sense of so if we cannot get the time, if we can get the time, so if we can't get the time, we essentially just want to return. I do want to copy that in there though. I don't know, this feels a little silly. But that would do it, right? Like, if we can't get the time, just send back zeros. If we can't get the time, send that back. I mean, it's funny. I've been, speaking of the prompts, I did play a little bit with like asking ChatGPT to formulate Stable Diffusion prompts for me. And it wasn't bad. It was weird, but it wasn't, the prompts were weird, but actually the results were pretty good in terms of like, oh yeah, that is kind of what I wanted. It's not how I would have written the prompt. I do feel like stuff David's been working on is like extremely like perfectly crafted prompt poetry to get exactly what he wants out. I don't know. None of this stuff, all this stuff doesn't sit well with me because I like analytical outcomes in programming, right? I like variables go in, clear mathematical operations happen, things come out. I don't like the black magic, black boxiness of the AI stuff. I've never liked that for any ML stuff, really. I just have never liked it. Maybe it'll get better to the point where I feel like I can get what I want out of it. But right now it's just a struggle to be like, no, actually I want this. Oh, actually I want this. Actually I want this. David had floated the idea of being AI consultants, like for agencies. But basically my version of the consultancy is like, yeah, you can't make anything marketable. Like nothing you want to ask this model, unless you just train it on a ton of exactly the thing you want, which is how a lot of marketing works, really. I mean, so many projects just start with like, here's all our reference. Okay, this sucks. This is silly. I know there's a better way to do this. I know it in my heart. But this is how we're going to do this. Wait, why is that still? If you try sometimes, it's just, I don't know, like in sort of like commercial. But I'm not gonna be able to do this, am I? Am I? Is this right? This feels fraught. This feels quite fraught. Sorry, what I was gonna say is like, you know, if you're trying to make something that is like directed and art directed and back and forth approved with the client and creative directed and all that stuff, like the fidelity level I think is really difficult for critical things. I think there are plenty of things that aren't critical. Like there was just that Netflix thing where apparently they did the background in AI, where it's like the background is not critical necessarily. And so maybe that's a context where it's like, okay, you can let the background fall there. But like with your characters that are like trademarked and have brand books and whatever, like, I'm sure it will get there. It just doesn't feel there now. Little Spice Girls. So like, I just don't know. And also the reality is like the sentiment is negative. Like even just Netflix using, okay, what did I do wrong? Netflix using, that's really weird. Netflix using AI at all in production, just as far as like, you know, the idea of taking work away from working artists and so forth, like there's a negative perception to that. What did I do wrong? Is this just me writing bad C? Probably. So it's definitely very embarrassing to stumble through C and C++ on stream, just because it's something, I don't know, I feel like I was middlingly proficient with it many years ago. Maybe I'm like overestimating my abilities, but when I used to just do like simple utilities for Linux in the late 90s, but okay, so we did get a time substituted there. But I just haven't really written much. I mean, it's funny because I've done tons of like microcontroller programming, but I guess in all those contexts, I haven't really treated them like applications. Like very often I just use those purely as IO devices that are hooked to some other system that is doing processing in like whatever, something else, some other language, some other platform, whatever. I tend to not do a lot of heavy lifting on the microcontroller. And so it's weird in this case for me to be doing some of these operations that I just take for granted as easy in other contexts. I mean, on that point, binary, like there's a certain point where like, so like you're saying, like, you know, there's all these brand Bibles, certainly in the commercial world, but also in the creative world. You know, you see these things get leaked that are kind of like the show Bible for show X or Y, especially animated shows. And so the thought is that you could have enough specificity in that Bible that it is capable of producing output that conforms to that. And I mean, that seems possible. I mean, it seems plausible even. And you think the same thing with software, where it's like you can have enough specificity in the whatever your design documents that the computer could generate the thing that you want. My like maybe old person pessimistic cynical view of all of that is like just seeing where things are now, which is a very interesting thing, like this interesting world of synthesis, both in terms of like generating code and generating imagery, really interesting synthesis, but like lacking a critical layer. And I mean that word in both senses. I didn't mean that to be wordplay, but it is like a layer of criticism that is critical. Where all your AI people, even if they look amazing, have 19 fingers. That kind of stuff. And there's similar analogs to that in the programming side of things. Where I've tried to do that a little bit, where it's like, well, can you tell me how to do this? And then it'll say like, oh yeah, just use this method. And it's like, that's not really available. And they'll be like, oh yeah, you're right. It's not really available. Do this instead. Anyway, we have, after only 3 hours, we have miraculously have the ability to have time on this microcontroller. Very exciting. So kind of our issue here is now we need to be able to we need some of this stuff we need to like split some of these things apart because they need to happen at different times and in different ways. So for example, display update text. We need something that's more like, first of all, let's just try to make this be a little more. So this really just needs to be like the set raw text. And this needs to be more like display process raw text. That we kind of want that totally independent. So that's the thing that's going to set the raw text, right? And this is the thing that's going to process the raw text. Right? And then independently display, like update. This is like essentially updating our pixel buffer. What do we call that? It's like our font columns. Display, update, pixel buffer. So these are all three things we need to do, right? Whenever we want new text, we want to set the raw text, and then we need to display, process. I mean, I guess we could make the assumption that anytime you set raw text, you want to process the raw text. And anytime you process the raw text, you want to update the display. Is that a fair assumption? I don't know. Right? Like we could do it hierarchically, but we need to call some of these things independently, right? Like display, update, pixel buffer. We're only setting raw text when we get new data. But we need to process the raw text every second. And every second, anytime we process the raw text, we need to update the pixel buffer. So let's just think about this. Let's like really make it perhaps overly. And in this case, just say when we do set it, we want just instantly, hey, do everything. Right, just like, so that would mean when we do the thing, we do the thing. That was a very clear statement, I know. Meaning that when we get new data in, we're just going to do the whole shebang. That hierarchy looks a little weird. Has a parameter. Set the raw text, does everything. Now, this is all well and good. Display update pixel buffer. Who all calls this? Because really this should always just be whatever's in the processed. Right? Like this is only ever going to be, the only thing we're ever going to show is the processed text, right? And in fact, maybe the thing to do with the raw text, I don't know actually. We just say, hey, we don't update the pixel buffer if you don't, if that whole thing in that loop. This is just, I mean, it kind of is. So if this whole thing is in this, oopsie, like, kind of no real reason to return. And all we're really preventing here is that we don't reset the font column index. Okay. Okay, here's a plan for the new year. Become a massive Twitch streamer, obviously. Display update pixel buffer. Oh yeah, who actually calls that? It's probably important to know. Oh, yeah, sure. Sure. Processed text buffer length. Sorry? It's hard to tell if IntelliSense is IntelliSensing or not. So we gotta like finish some projects. That seems important. We need to put some artwork on the wall back there. Clean up this drawing machine mess. Okay, what am I doing wrong? Display update pixel buffer. Who's doing that? Who's doing such a thing? Right, so this should be like display set raw text. It's funny that I mean, the extern strategy kind of like definitely saves me some grief, but it does mean IntelliSense can't save me in all cases. What? Sorry. I think IntelliSense would be able to catch this, actually. Guess not. Oh, come on. What's your problem? Display, update, pixel buffer. Who is that? That's the serial buffer. Right. Okay, I probably should hook this up to a thing, right? My circuit board should be coming from China soon. I'm pretty proud of those circuit boards. They're not like enormously complex, but I think they look cool. Let's look at my circuit boards. Everybody want to see my circuit boards? Proud of them. If you're an electrical engineer, don't look at them because I'll be embarrassed. Okay, does this do the thing? No, it doesn't. Wait, what did I do wrong? Okay. So I'm trying to drive a whole lot of LEDs with this thing. Did you see that picture on Discord? Where did I put it? Let me bring it up. Did I put it in picture postcards? Who knows? Discord's too hard. I don't know where it is. I can't believe it's been like 2 weeks since I worked on this. Okay, let's find it. So it's this PCB design for the scoreboard, perhaps. I think it's a cool looking PCB. It's very symmetrical, which I strive for. I even jumped through some very silly circuit design hoops to make it so symmetrical because it wouldn't necessarily normally be. But the excuse me, one of the ICs that I'm using allows for, it has a direction flip. So on one, even though it's the same chip, to be able to make the board perfectly symmetrical, I have it operating A to B on one side and B to A on the other side, which I think is cool. We've been talking a lot on Discord. That's good. I'm glad. Good job, everybody. I feel like I want to change the name of the Discord because it feels like weirdly too... It's like self-aggrandizing, feels like, to have my name in it. Okay, anyway, here's a picture of the thing. That took too long to find. So these panels are 32 by 8, so 256 each, and I have 12 of them, so that's whatever, a lot, like 3,000-ish pixels. And it takes a fair amount of power to drive them, so I have two 300-watt power supplies. And I have this one ESP32 is running all of it and animating all of it while also being a web server and all that stuff, which is cool. It's a cool little machine for sure. And so it's going to be on this big billboard sculpture that I don't think I have a picture of on this machine. And I wanted a PCB to just make it a little easier to hook it up because there's going to be, as you can see from that picture, there's just lots of wires all over the place. And to avoid the wire spaghetti, I just want like a PCB to deal with it. You can tell from the schematic, it's not doing a ton. Where's the cool 3D render of it though? So I'll give you a walk through it and I'll tell you something. I'll tell you the Easter egg, which is not really an Easter egg. Yeah, but it's my name. I mean, if I was just like Cool Fox 44, it's a cool name, right? Heat tech support, definitely don't want that. Definitely not. So, okay. So really it's just a place to plop in the ESP32 in the middle. And these are two chips that really are just for stepping the logic. The ESP32 has 3.3 volt logic. The LED strips want 5 volt logic. That's really almost the only like electronics that are that's happening here. I have some resistors here because people who know what they're doing said you need resistors there. I have magical capacitors that I put on all my circuits that are technically decoupling capacitors, but since I don't really understand electrical engineering well enough, they're just like magical talismans that I put. And so I just happen to know if you put these little magical talismans, little ones next to every integrated circuit, and then one big one on the board, the gods of electricity will be pleased. And so I think that's wise to do that. And then the rest of it's just connectors. So it's not fancy at all, but it's also not very expensive unless you need it shipped really fast. And it's good practice. Mainly it was practice for me because I've been trying to learn to use the, whatever they are, EDA, the circuitry design tools in Fusion, and it's been really cool. I really like it. Like it's the process is cool because you draw a schematic. You start with drawing a schematic, and then once you've done this, all of the and air wires, nets, whatever the term they use, all that stuff is done. And then so once you get here, you're no longer worrying about designing a circuit anymore. Like as far as like the flow of the electrons and what they're doing, you're really just worrying about layout, which is nice to not have to think about those things simultaneously. I used to do it where you had to think about those things simultaneously, and it's very error prone. And then once you have that, you can go to a 3D model of it, and then you can like drop that into a 3D scene or whatever. And it's very simple to send this to China to be made. And it's just cool. As far as the direct line, I think you would enjoy it. I think you would have fun. Once you get your 3D printer up and running, you definitely should get the hobby Fusion 360 license, because I think you will enjoy it. I think there's things about it that will like align with your brain in a way you will enjoy. Whether or not you do circuitry, just Fusion 360 in general, I think is the way you should make your 3D models. Anyway, it's not exactly an Easter egg, but the funniest part of this is that, weirdly, for reasons that are baffling to me, it is actually really hard to put graphics on a circuit board. For whatever reason, it's hard to put graphics on a circuit board. So I had to make a custom font where I like built the font and put the graphics in the font, and then it's easy to put a font on a circuit board. So not really an Easter egg, but it's a way to put graphics. Okay, for prints, my personal suggestion, there's two like big pieces of software you'll need. One, if you're just downloading prints from the internet, you'll need a slicer. I mostly like Cura slicer, although I've moved to Joseph Prusa slicer recently, and it served me pretty well. So that's like one of the main pieces of software you'll need is the slicer, which is what prepares the 3D model for printing. Like even after you download your Benchy or whatever, you'll need to turn it into, you'll take that, usually it'll be like an STL or something, and you need to like turn that into, I think it's just G code. Anyway, whatever the instruction set is to drive the printer. And then as far as like the modeling of it, I really like Fusion. I'm definitely still learning it, but like, so this is all the work I've been doing to like totally redesign. I guess it's kind of a reverse engineering project, reverse engineer the STL models for the drawing machine and do my own. And I think Fusion, like for how my brain works, it is amazing, because you start with just a two-dimensional schematic on whatever access and space that you want, and then it's very easy to turn that two-dimensional schematic into a 3D thing. So I think Fusion is really cool, and they have a really generous hobby license, so you can just use it totally for free. I think it would be my recommendation. There's certainly like open source ones and other tools other people use, but I could see it being useful to you in other contexts, because as you saw, it also is like a pretty reasonably good EDA. I think that's the term for it. I think there's a learning curve for sure, but it's not as bad as you might think. Like, at some point I'll do a stream where I just make an object in it, because it's not as bad as it might seem once you start to understand a little bit. Well, I don't think so. I think as far as like CAD, as opposed to like 3D modeling, because they really are different. Like there's a separation. You can do meshes here, and you can do surfaces in something like Maya or Blender, but like the mindset of sort of like geometry-based modeling is pretty different from the mindset, I find, for me at least, the mindset of solid modeling in a tool like this. Yeah, and so I will say I'm a person for whom like geometric modeling I've never been that great at. I've never been that great at Maya or Blender or C4D. It's clicking for me here in a way that it never really has there, where it's all about like measurements and dimensions and relationships of things, where it can all be parametric. Is clicking for me in a way that just like other modeling approaches have not. And something I found really is cool as far as like reverse engineering things is most things that are were designed in CAD on a grid, and you can figure out how. Like you can kind of figure out like, oh, I see, they were on this grid and this radius is this measurement, and it all kind of makes sense, which is cool. And once you have this, it's very easy for me to take something like this to the 3D printer, but it's also very easy for me to take something like this to the CNC. I think my computer's starting to struggle a little bit. Come on, buddy. You can do it. Yeah, you know, to take something like this to cut on the CNC router is cool. Or I could go to a laser cutter, or I could like send something off to be like injection molded or whatever. Like it's like creating these objects with the idea of manufacturing design, I think is cool. Okay, so I've broken something. What have I broken? Or are we just not actually printing the... I think I deleted that in the update. Set raw text. Okay, I just deleted the thing that actually prints it. That you need a cool drafting table. Wait, do you already have a cool drafting table? I like drafting tables. Okay, I do need to go soon. I love drafting tools, drafting implements. Also, Draclin, you can 3D print and test my drawing machine modifications. It's pretty good. The drawing machine's pretty good. I'm gonna test this, and if it works, it works. Okay, it does work. Hello. So the thing that I'm not doing currently is, now the thing that we would want is process text buffer. Process raw text is something that we need to call on a timer. So I think that's like the one missing piece of the equation here, right? Is like, now we need this timer every 1 second. Well, we didn't even make that public. And by public, I mean cram it in the globals file. Okay, so do that. And then, what are you mad about? Oops. And then in main, probably a reason this is unwise, right? It's probably like a reason that I shouldn't do this. But let's do it anyway. I think it's going to be okay. I think we will have already done the... I don't know, actually. Maybe it's not okay. Maybe it's not okay. Because we've said every time you process the raw text, it's a requirement that you then update the pixel buffer, right? Like those are... No, we didn't. We have to do that too. Shoot. So we have to process it. We could just say that you have to do it every time. I don't think of a situation where you'd want to process raw text and not update the pixel buffer. And I don't have an answer. I kind of like, I guess the reason I don't like it is I don't like kind of the like cascading, okay, let's try that again. I want you to do some drafting drawings for me, Binary. I want you to send me some, I want everybody to send me some artwork. We do like some kind of art exchange. I feel like if I could just get a couple dozen viewers, we could start doing cool stuff. I'm grateful to all of you for watching. I'm grateful for the people that stick around. I'm so grateful for it. But I feel like we just need like a few more, and then we could start doing some start doing some stuff. I'm gonna send you all founders packages. Did I delete the thing that prints the thing? Did I just do that? Did I just literally just delete the thing? Yeah, I did. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I feel like, I don't know, my name being in things. I kind of wanted, I like the name Stolen, but I'll steal it gladly. The Secret Society Without a Name, I do like. SWAN, cool acronym. Just I'll be a secret society without a name. I think I'm not like, I think I lack a certain level of vanity to be successful on Twitch. I need to cultivate that. Okay, are you ready? This is going to be super lame because I don't actually even have a display plugged into this, but incredible. So the real question is like, how effectively will this run? So I have a breadboard here. So I'll be right back. Let me think of what I actually would need to do this properly. Okay, I'll be right back. Did I just break something? Oops. Oh no, okay. Hi. Is that the new thing? It's Scott instead of Anonymous? Perfect. Okay. Let's switch here. So I just went in the living room and just started tearing wires up, which is probably not the right thing to do. Look at that cute little drawing. Okay, so let's unplug this one. Then I have this mess here. I'm a little worried about power, but I think it'll be okay. So let's, I think I can just straight up upload to this one. Okay, we'll see what happens. So right now it's just scrolling. It's like A, B, C, D, E, F startup message. It just paused while it was uploading. definitely not charging enough for this project. But it's a friend, and hopefully it like leads to him getting more jobs in this realm. Okay, so we got A, B, C, D, E, F. Here's the moment of truth. Ah! Wow! Okay, there's no space at the end. I wonder if we should always insert a space. I don't know. Well, we did it. You know, after many dozens of hours of work on this thing, we finally have like the bank, the clock at the bank. Draclin, this is what I've been missing, you know, for years, is your validation and support. The two things I look for from Twitch chat, validation and support, of which Draclin is top notch, and extreme distraction, like being very, very distracting, which I think Life is Yours is still the champion of being super distracting. Okay, well, hey Siri, turn out all the lights. So I could go grab another one and plug in two, but I'm powering this all off of USB, so that's probably a bad idea. But let's try it. Be right back. Did I break something? Very ghostly. Okay, this might be a poor choice, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Seems okay. I like the weird like lens effect, the weird like ghostly. How do I want to stage this? Having issues. Stage it like Binary's bench. Okay. Looks pretty good. Something that I think looks cool, still is a little bit TBD, but like I had initially thought I wanted like a screen over it, like I'll show you what I mean in a second. Wait, well that's fine, that can stay there. But my 3D printed, here's the screen I 3D printed, which is a very silly thing to print for. Where's the diffuser? You? Okay. Yeah, so I 3D printed a little diffuser for it. And so I think the diffuser, I think it looks quite nice, actually, just with some diffusion over it. I think it looks super cool. I think it helps it, like, probably have to adjust the brightness a little bit, but you get the idea. It's not, I think it looks more unstructured than it is just because of the camera exposure, because these are quite bright, even like not at their brightness. Anyway, I think the diffusion is cool because it ditches the grid. I then thought like, oh, maybe I still want a grid over it that is just more controlled, like a more deliberate grid that is more precise and round. But I don't think I do. I think it is cool. Bluetooth bumper sticker. I mean, you can definitely buy stuff like that on Amazon for sure. You just control it with an app on your phone. Of course, I wanted to do it the hard way. But we can put it on your car, Jacqueline. Okay. I'm pretty pleased with this. I just got lost. Okay, hi, it's me. Hey Siri, stream. Thanks. That was why I was so blown out. Okay, I think that went reasonably well. It took a little longer than it should have because of me and C, but I think it's cool. I think we've done something cool today, and I think Sean will be pleased. So the next big feature, which probably we gotta like stop with the features at some point, is to have multiple buffers that we can like cycle through. So say there's like, like the bank does or whatever, where it just like cycles through a couple different things periodically, and one of them can be time and temperature, whatever. Maybe we add a few more variables. But it would be kind of cool to add the time and temperature. That really was my intention, but I just didn't clearly think about the implications of like, oh yeah, I need the time and I need it to update and I need to deal with stupid, whatever, daylight saving time and so on and so forth, which I believe this handles. I guess we'll find out. This thing is updating. I don't know what frame rate I'm getting. The frame rate depends on how many LEDs you're driving for sure. And the exact way that I'm handling it. I'm probably getting 30 FPS right now, maybe 60 FPS. So, but the update interval is every 1 second. So every 1 second, it's like semi-interrupting the, it's just kind of like a timer fires and it updates whatever the pixel buffer is, which is independent from the text buffer, to just make it daylight saving forever. I don't know. I love daylight saving time. I wish it was always daylight saving time. So Jacqueline, I don't know if I answered your question well, but basically the scrolling is happening independently. So there's just some like pixel buffer that is constantly scrolling through, and once per second, I'm just updating the contents of that pixel buffer by turning the fonts into pixels. It's a whole thing. Yeah, the plan was to leave it on. In those places that got rid of it, like, isn't it Arizona and parts of Indiana don't have daylight saving time? They went to normal time though, right? They blew it. They chose the wrong path. Oh, I think it's updating. I mean, the minutes obviously aren't, but the seconds are updating. Let's look again. Hey Siri, turn out the lights. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Somebody shorted it out. Uh-oh. Okay, is it gonna come back? Hey Siri, good night. Now you can see the seconds are updating as it scrolls along. One weird thing about this fixed width typeface, which I don't even want to begin to consider, really, is the colons the colon position in this fixed width typeface is not where I would expect a colon to be in a fixed width typeface. Wouldn't you expect the colon to be in the middle of the fixed widthness? I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to think about it. Now I'm upset. Now I'm angry. Hey Siri, turn on the lights. Now I'm angry and my feelings are hurt. Hey Siri, good morning. Hey Siri, stream. Thanks. Okay. Okay. This is not bad. I really need to stop working on this. Like, the number of hours I should have spent on this, I'm like... But I think if I was going to do one more feature, if I was just going to do one more feature, that one more feature would be... that one more feature would be cycling between a couple buffers, which wouldn't be too bad. I think I've got the memory to do it. I think I was like pretty fast and loose with memory with all these buffers all over the place, but like it's not like they're that big. I mean, they're 256 byte character buffers, right? Pixel buffer is much bigger than that, but the character buffers are tiny. So, okay. Should we do a drawing to finish the stream? These stupid Inkscape. Just because if we start with Illustrator, we gotta go through Inkscape anyway. What should our drawing be? Just like a fun abstract design? I don't know how to use Inkscape. I really am not a fan. Let's do a little 100 millimeter. 100 millimeters. Oh. Like, I don't even know how to do easy rotational symmetry in Inkscape, really. What would be cool? Randomized. What does that mean? I don't know how to do cool things in Inkscape. Like, can I rotate and clone around a central point? That's really what I want to do. So like not an object, some transform where I can like copy transform. And I want to set a central point. I don't know how to do this here. Let's just do it in Illustrator. Illustrator sucks, but I just don't have fluency with Inkscape. Is that what it's called? A cool sine wave generator? Cute. Well, that's adorable. Make your app make more. What happens if I click there? Only $250. Thanks, Hugo. Thanks, no. This is the portrait I did. This little portrait of Aisha and Bowie. You gonna open it or no? Turned out very cute. The drawing machine did a good job with it. Okay, so 100 millimeters by 100 millimeters, which is just gonna get lost when I make it SVG anyway. Because InDesign, or sorry, Illustrator just inexplicably picks weird values for its SVG export. This looks fun. Let's do this. What, 12 of them? No, it's too many. That's not how you do math. Let's spin it like here. Or 36 would be 10 of them. won't look as cool as I'd hoped. Maybe a different pivot. That help it look cooler. I don't know. I don't think I like it. Do I like it? Do we like this? Yeah, it needs more overlap of itself, which I guess would mean what about a really central? Well, almost too crazy though. I could definitely do a Pathfinder kind of bool, but then it would just be like a shape, and I think it's just cooler if it has some overlap. I think my starting shape, I think was just too complex. I think it's a gift to be simple. That's weird. Why didn't it round some of these? Seems strange. Why wouldn't it have I guess because those were already apparently round. I don't know. I don't think this one's going to be good either. Maybe it's the angle of those. Yeah, why is this one not? I see, because it's not actually a point, which is weird. Okay, now. Trackland. You know what I need to do is set this up with heat, and then you can just draw whatever you want. Little flowers. Yeah, I should just build some tools to do this. I would enjoy that much more anyway than Illustrator. I started to do some 3JS stuff on one stream using the SVG renderer. I just didn't make it very far. I should really just do it in, I mean, we could just write the SVG instructions. It's not that hard. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not too crazy about these. What would be more fun? I actually did like our little paintings from last time. Actually, can you do a more complex transform? You can. But you can't, like, can't oscillate. Like, it's just gonna get bigger, you know? You know what I mean? Like, not really what I want. You could do sort of a zoom thing here with... But there'd be no noise to it, which is part of what would make it cool. Ooh. Abstract loves triangles. Oh yeah, that is true. The straight line parabola thing. That is one of the things I did on the little this little spirograph, or the little set of paintings. I mean, we could certainly just do this and just get like a cute little pinwheel, especially if we rotate it offset. And we get a cute little, it's very spiky. This is better with some robo on it, I think. Okay, I really have to go, so we should just do this. It's cute. Everybody loves it. Kids love it. You want some cool teeth on here? Okay, so now we need to go through the stupid multi-step process that I really need to streamline. So we got to go here. Then we need to go to Inkscape because Illustrator scaling is stupid for no reason. And bafflingly, Inkscape has chosen to just open this elsewhere, but great. Now we need to go check this document because it's going to be the wrong size. I mean, maybe it's fine. It's just going to be smaller. How can I... I made you 100 and 100. Why do you choose to grow in a direction that is stupid? Okay, well, I can at least do this. Oops. Oh, that's broken. What was that number before I messed it up? 0.4. I don't even know what units it's using coming from. So it's like 0.41. What are you doing? 0.42? Unclear. Let's just go with this. Unclear. Okay. Now we want consummate V's. I weirdly had a line in my head yesterday that I could not place until I placed it as Homestar Runner. It's where Strongbad inhales helium and sings a song called Welcome to the High Voice Crew. And that song was in my head and I could not figure out where it came from. Fortunately, it was easy enough to Google. All right, SVG to G code, which hopefully kept all my settings. Appears to have kept all my settings. Excuse me. Does that seem right? Guess so. And then we'll go to CNCJS. The High Voice Crew, it's like someone writes and asks what his voice sounds like if he inhales helium. And then he sings a song. It's not a great one. I don't even know. This office, everybody, what do we do? How do I make money just doing this? Just making things on stream all day? How do I do it? Who do I sell out to? Okay, so we have this. We have too many microcontrollers plugged in. Oh, come on, man. I was just talking about how you always work. Yeah, CNCJS. Pretty good software. Load the star G code. Cute. Very cute. Let's go over here. I like the orange one better. I need to build like some little magnet table setup. Look at that. Cute. It's cute. Also have like no actual measurements or anything on this yet. It's just, and I don't really have real foaming yet because the one I base it on didn't actually do homing properly. But anyway. How about nice purple? In memory of life is yours, who died while skiing. Okay, sorry, I realize you can't hear me. Sorry about that. Oh man, there's so many. I have so many weirdly printed washers and like little bearing covers and oof. Okay, so let's just go. I think we can go. I think we can go. Sounds a little rattly, but looks okay. Ah, shoot. I think something got a little stuck. See how that like there's something something's weirdly rattly. Two, see some of the incomplete lines. Maybe need to lubricate those shafts. It's hard to have it if it's too loose. It's not good because then there's a lot of play in it, and if it is too tight, you have this problem, which I can probably alleviate also just by lowering the drawing implement a little. That is annoying though. Oh, I had it way too high. Well, that's my fault. Let's try again. How do we try again? I forgot to do the raise before I put it in, so that's on me. Actually, I'm surprised it worked at all. Okay, this one's gonna be better, and you're gonna love it. You'll love this. That's the stuff. Okay. Maybe I need to have like a little initial setup script that I run that will make sure that it's in the upper position before I just need to add some buttons to the machine, I think is what I really need to do. Jacqueline, you're missing it. Wish it didn't sound so rattly. Look at that alignment though, it's pretty good. The like start and end alignment. There's a little bit of ink bleed because of the pause, but pretty good. Oh no, I drew on the tape a little bit. Oh man. Okay, well, whatever. My miscalculation. Oh well, this was just a little stream test. Oops, wrong way. Cute. I like it. Okay. I'm actually done. I think I'm actually done. Why does the color seem so weird in here? Oh, did I bump into this? Hey, Siri, stream? The color doesn't look right. Why is it not adequately purple back here? Is this what it always looks like in here? I feel like it's normally more purple behind me. It's like my lamp is not at the proper purple levels. I don't know. Okay, friends. Oops. I think it could go faster. I think we can. I think we got what it takes. I don't remember which. Should have paid attention where this drawing reference came from. Was it there? Doesn't look right. Was it here? That looks reasonable. Okay. Yeah, we need to set up like a cool, complicated drawing and do it for a long time. It still doesn't sound to me like it should sound. It doesn't sound good enough. I just knocked stuff all over the floor too. What are we even looking at? Oh, that's because I knocked the camera over. That's the current view of the of the desk cam. Okay, friends, I gotta go. Jacqueline, pleasure to have you back. Binary, thanks for hanging out. Who else do we have today? We saw Terrier for a minute. Saw Ben for a little while. I really gotta do the thing where I keep track of everybody, because I'm just so grateful you'll stop by. So, okay. Well, we did good today, folks. We'll talk again soon. Have a good day.